Hello. Had a bit of a delay there. Once again, my Stream Deck was not connected to OBS properly. I think that has to do with the OBS update. Yeah, there was an OBS update that put some cool stuff in, but also broke the plugin for the Stream Deck. And rather than wait for Elgato to come out with a patch for it, I manually patched it. That might be the issue. Although it looks like a fix for it is just going to be reset the Stream Deck software every time before I start OBS up. Not a big deal. Alright, so we are back in Final Fantasy XIV, everybody. I've mentioned several times, just because I'm like a time management person in my brain, I have about 4 streams of this before I want to start Pokemon. We have today, and then next week we have Monday, we have Thursday, and we have Saturday. Then the week after that is Anniversary Week, where I'm going to be playing some Mass Effect 2 Randomizer, some Ninja Turtles Cowabunga Collection, because that came out about a week ago. Play some old Turtles games, and also Blitzball. I'm going to be doing the 12-hour Blitzball stream. The longest Blitzball stream I've ever done is about 5 hours, so that's going to be something. Even I might not be able to keep my sanity playing Blitzball for 12 hours. Yeah. So I've been mentioning, like, I want to get to Heavensward before I start the Anniversary Week, because I'm doing a Pokemon project before Gen 9 comes out, and I'm going to need some time to do it. I want to do it. I'm going to be playing through Brilliant Diamond. I'm going to be playing through Pokemon Shield. I'm also going to be doing post-game stuff in both to catch Pokemon, to then make a living dex. Now, it's a living dex, not a form dex, meaning I don't need, like, every form of every Pokemon. I just need one of them. But I will leave spots for the forms, most of them, just in case I ever get them. But that will take some time. I will have 7 weeks before the release of Gen 9 to beat 2 Pokemon games and finish off the living dex, for the most part. I can work on it some off-stream if I have to. I think 7 weeks is enough time. Which means I have to start it then. So, can we get through 2.3, 2.4, and 2.5 patch main story quests in 14 before in 4 streams? Maybe. I'm already a little bit into 2.3. I think I might be able to get it done. Here's the thing. The main reason why I want to get it done before the break is I want to start Heavensward just enough to unlock Machinist, and then that's where break will start. So I can practice with Machinist and the other classes and roles while I'm playing Pokemon off-stream, to then come back to Heavensward and be like a little more better at, a little more competent at running the classes. It's not even the classes themselves, it's just like the roles. I don't tank very often, and I haven't healed in a while. So it's more practicing the role itself, which technically I could do with Bard. I feel like long-range physical DPS is probably the easiest to just kind of jump into. So I'm not too worried about it. It's just I don't want to rush through the story quests, I want to enjoy them. So I'm more willing to take the break early and not unlock Machinist than I am rushing through the story to get to it in time. Again, not a big deal. Also, I decided that my healing class for this character for at least for a while is going to be Sage, not Astro. Which is cool, because I can unlock Sage whenever I want. So I am guaranteed to unlock Sage before the break, no matter when it is. That's good. That means I can practice with it during Pokemon. Which means in one of these 4 streams, I'm going to be unlocking Sage. It might even be today. Because all I have to do is just unlock Sage, do like 1 or 2 Sage quests, and then that's it. But it's been so long since I healed. Like, not only do you have to practice with each individual class in this game, but there's also the fact that, like, how do you play the role? I have not healed in a while. I feel like tanking is the hardest role for me to get into, because I used to play White Mage. But still, I haven't done it in a long time, so I need to practice. And then there's like the the differences in the classes as well. So, last time we learned that Rama's back, but unlike the other primals, Rama's kind of nice. As long as you don't mess with him and his people, he's fine. But he has to be a fight, right? They wouldn't put a primal in this game from a summon like Rama, a very well-known summon in the series, and not have a cool fight with him. I'm imagining that instead of killing him, though, we just kind of, you know, damage him some. And then he's like, all right. Lieutenant Shepard, I was told to expect you. I understand you go to treat with the primal Rama himself. An enviable task, but one for which I have no doubt you are well suited. I have been told that your fellow Scions are conducting an investigation of the area as we speak, that we might ascertain the location where the Lord of Levin might be found. I would ask that you abide here until they return with their findings. They're not going to return, are they? Or one person's going to return. Do bum ba bum. See, I need to start using the sound effects on my stream deck more often, like my victory sound. My random button that has like 20 victory things on it. Okay. Let's go talk with Rama. I was told that a messenger would be sent as soon as your fellow Scions finish their investigation. I do not imagine it will be much longer. Oh, hey. This one returns and returns with good tidings. Wise ones have finished searching and have wisely identified the precise location where the touched one summoned Lord Rama. I know in this game they pronounce it Ramu. I say Rama. It's like me saying Titus instead of Titus. I know it's Titus. But I've pronounced it Titus since I played the game for the first time. So, it's kind of like in Pokemon. Pokemon has several pronunciations because we never actually heard a lot of the Pokemon said. I don't watch the anime. It's possible that up until this point in the anime, maybe almost every Pokemon's been said verbally. But the fact is, there are certain things I would consider like a canon pronunciation. But I don't know about like the English dub. What is it, First 4Kid? Do they still do the dub? I'm not sure if they do or not. Like, I'm not sure if I'm going to take an English dub as 100% confirmation of how to pronounce something, so depends. Tidus has been Tidus for a while. Like, I think he was Tidus in Kingdom Hearts. I definitely know he was Tidus in Dissidia. So that's quite a bit of evidence there. Kind of like in school, a couple people thought Chocobo would be pronounced Kokobo because it was never said. This is around the time like Final Fantasy VII came out. But as far as I know, every single verbalization of that word is Chocobo. So, good enough for me. Your timing is impeccable, my fluttery friend. Might you be so kind as to escort the good man to his fellow Scions? By the way, my cough is getting better, but I still have it, so bear with me on this. It would be this one's pleasure, Walking One. Please, please, come with this one. Oh, something bad's gonna happen. Ugh. I don't, in a game that has raids of like every primal, I don't think I've ever seen a Rama fight in this game. So that's something. Something tells me this mission isn't just going to go talk and then leave. This isn't Mass Effect. This isn't a BioWare game where they have boss battles in form of dialogue. I do appreciate that, though. KOTOR has that especially. There's certain times where it's like, it's pretty much just a verbal boss fight. One has at least one, two has a couple. I appreciate the whole D&D aspect of those kind of games where it is viable to simply talk your way through a problem. I mean, it's real life, right? Star Trek. Part of the reason why I love Next Generation. It has a lot of that kind of stuff. Wise ones have ventured deep, deep within the Sylphlands. These ones must proceed carefully and keep an eye out for touched ones. Now, Rama, I'm all for leaving your people alone. As long as they leave us alone. But if your touched ones start to attack me, I mean... See, unlike Limsa especially, I don't know about Ul'dah. I'm not sure how Ul'dah treats the Amalja in terms of, like, their land. But Limsa, we kind of discovered last time, even more so. Limsa's kind of a bunch of jerks. They kind of took Cobalt and... Pretty sure, yeah, Cobalt. They took Cobalt... Was it Cobalt? Aren't the Cobalts in the Ul'dah region, though? Someone mentioned in chat last time that Limsa also messed with the Cobalts a little bit. I don't know. The Ixal and the Sahagin. Hey, Coraline. Yay. Yeah, I'm looking forward to Gen 9. I have purposely avoided every news release about Gen 9. Every single one of them, except for the first one. The only video I have seen of Pokemon Gen 9 was the initial teaser trailer that showed the starters and, like, 2 other Pokemon. So I have avoided all... I know there was a new release a couple days ago. I don't know anything about it. Unfortunately, I've had a few things spoiled for me just in passing, like in social media, but I promptly scrolled past it. So yes, I know a few things that I probably shouldn't, that I don't want to, but I know them. Looking forward to it, though. Ooh, little mini vacation. This one is most sorry, but this one can go no further. Draw too close to Lord Rama, and this one may turn mean and nasty like touched ones. And so this one must say farewell for now. Walking One will find wise ones not far from here, to the south. Go in safety, Walking One. I mean, we are immune, so that's nice. But yeah, I'm doing fine. Just playing some 14 today. I'm looking forward to playing some more Hollow Knight tomorrow. I did do some money grinding yesterday in it, so I am fully prepared to buy some good stuff tomorrow. Now, it doesn't mean I'm going to start playing Metroidvania games all the time. That being said, during the anniversary week, one of the Turtles games I'll be playing in the Cowabunga collection is a Metroidvania game. I feel like it's kind of like a super not well-known game in that genre. To anyone who likes Metroidvania and grew up on Turtles, the third Turtles game that came out on Game Boy is a Metroidvania game. As a kid, I hated it. But I'll be trying it again. I don't plan on doing every Turtles game in the collection to the end, but that's one I do because I never beat it. So it's actually you. I am relieved. For a moment, I thought we were dealing with another one of those confounded sylph tricksters. I swear, with them wreaking havoc with their skin-changing mechanics, or magics, it's a wonder I was able to finish taking my measurements. Yes, it is quite the ordeal. You should have seen the look on Yasholah's face when the one impersonating you suddenly showed up. Yep, there's that again. That's quite enough, Papalimo. My apologies, telling me to ramble so. At any rate, as I was saying, I have finished measuring etheric activity in the area, and I'm pleased to say I have reached an indisputable conclusion. To wit, that Rama was called forth in the vicinity of the Sylph's Aetheryte. Come, Kennison, the Lord of Levin awaits. Rama's a pretty cool summon. In any game that has elements of sorts, electricity is usually pretty cool. Also, I like Rama because he's not just like all fighty like the rest of them. He's more like the primal of knowledge as well. Also, if anyone's played Final Fantasy XV, The summons in 15 are pretty rare to see because they're kind of random. But Rama, not to spoil anything, but Rama you will see. At least once. Alright. Huh. I never noticed that. Speaking of Pokemon, the sound effect of the sylphs that they just made reminds me of the sound effect they used for...
betrays thee, servant of hiding.
Alright, before we go any further in that, voice acting. I never played Pokemon Gen 7. I just couldn't get into it. I did play some of Sun and Moon and then Ultra Moon. The sound effect that, I forget what the Pokemon's called. Is it Cosmog? Nicknamed Nebby, I think, in the game. The sound effect of that Pokemon sounds like that. Ooh. Hey, Rama. That beard's got to be a pain to live with.
Thou art the bringer of light, bane of Ifrit, Titan, Garuda, and Leviathan.
That's me.
I am Ramu, guardian of the children of the forest. Thou tramplest upon sacred soil, bringer of light. By what right doth man intrude in this sanctuary of the sylphs?
I'm only here to speak.
The Gridanians proffer peace? Their words are born of delusion, thine offer an insult.
Not off to a great start. As I said, Limsa are kind of jerks who took Sahagan land. And probably Ixalan too. We'll find out later, maybe. So they're the humans, like the people. The people of Limsa are the ones who kind of force them into what they're doing. I feel like Gridani has always talked about peace with the sylphs. Is there something I don't know?
Thou speakest of harmony, yet carest not for my children's desires. They did but wish to dwell beneath these boughs in solitude. Yet even that was too much to ask of man.
Possible he's referring to the Empire, in which case, yeah, they suck. I killed a lot of them. They probably won't be messing with you, at least for a while.
Thus did they turn to me for succor. The sentence I pronounce upon thy kind is just. Gridanian or Garlean, it matters not. The good intent of one excuseth not the misdeeds of the other. Thy conflicts have brought naught but anguish and misery unto the forest. All blame doth lie with the darkness that resideth in the breast of man. Whence sprung this calamitous seed? In the beginning no such duality existed. Were light and dark given form when man was born?
Ooh, this is kind of going there. The idea that everything was fine until... Well, when using the word man, it kind of usually means human, which in this case would probably mean every humanoid species in Aorzia. Any of the people you can be, plus, like, goblins and such. But in his mind, he's like, I wonder if the world went to crap when people like you started appearing and were created. Ooh, it's not good when a super powerful being decides that we're bad for the planet and everything. That is a very sci-fi AI take. The idea that humanity makes AI decides that humanity is... There's one of two options. Either AI decides that humanity's biggest threat to the biggest threat to humanity is itself, kind of like iRobot. So it's like, all right, we're just gonna like put you like under house arrest forever for your own good, or AI realizes that humanity is bad for everything else on Earth, and therefore they have to go.
It would explain much, not least why strife and sorrow follow ever in thy wake. Thou canst not deny the urgings of thine own nature. Knowing that thy mere presence here portendeth tragedy, wilt thou persist in this pretense of peacemaking?
Sure. At the very least, what basically Rama, I think, just said is like, you're all kind of like selfish, power-hungry jerks, but I guess you can't help it, because you're just people. I guess that's something. Oh yeah, I have your crystal, by the way.
Thou bearest the crystal which I bestowed upon my wayward charges. That they should entrust so precious a gift to thee.
I was wondering when this would come back to the story. All the other crystals we earned, but this one we were given by helping the sylphs. There is that one crystal I'm still wondering about. We got our very first crystal we got for fighting some random enemy. It wasn't a primal. I'm not even sure what crystal that is. I wonder if he'll ever come back to it.
Thou standest apart from thy kin. Thou art the bringer of light, aye. But there is something more in thee.
Ooh, are we going to start talking about dark crystals? I mean, thing is, we're warriors of light. I don't know if they're going to go down that path. It's like, hey, collect the dark crystals now.
Very well. I shall consider thy proposal. Shouldst thou survive my trial.
Oh, again with the trials. Doesn't Rama have a trial in another Final Fantasy game? Oh, which one is it? Is it one of the 13 games? I don't think Rama's in the 13 series, but it's someone like Rama, I think. Or is it... man, there's some Final Fantasy game. Or was it 9? It might have been 9. It was 9. I played 9, like, not too long ago. Well, by that I mean, like, it's been like 6 or 7 years. But, yeah, there was like there was a trial from a summon. I think it was Rama. Which would make sense.
If thou wouldst champion the cause of harmony, I must have proof that thou art fit to play the role. Wither mine ire, and prove to me thereby that thou hast strength enough to stay the darkness which threateneth to consume thee. Yet if thou shouldst be found wanting, know that all men shall perish in the storm of my judgment.
No pressure.
Come to me, bringer of light. I shall await thee on the field of battle.
Okay, so it's a battle. Lucky for me, it's not a test of intelligence. like a series of questions or riddles. Might not do great at that. Unless they pick the very stereotypical riddles and tests that every game picks. Kind of like how BioWare has puzzles they love. Like the one where it's like, take these 4 objects that go from smallest to biggest on one side and move them to the other side. They love that puzzle. It's in KOTOR 1. It's in Mass Effect 1. It might even be in Dragon Age somewhere. I don't remember. There's also the,
Urianger. It is rare indeed to find you so far from a tome.
Oh, Fenris is there. It's also like the ones used in Die Hard with a Vengeance, where you have the container that's 3 gallons and the container that's 5 gallons, and you have to get exactly 4 gallons and put it on a scale to stop a bomb, in that case. That, I believe, is also in one of the BioWare games. How do you solve that one again? I don't remember. It's been so long since I've done that. It involves, like, you fill the 5, you pour it in the 3, that leaves 2. Then you take the 2, you pour it back in the 3 after you dumped it, that leaves 1 empty gallon in the 3. You fill the 5, you fill the 3 with it, which leaves exactly 4 in the 5. There you go. Yay. Night vision activated.
The Lord of Levin himself. Never till this day had I looked upon his visage, save in painted renderings made faint by time. Ever shall this scene remain etched in my mind's eye. Beg pardon, my lady. I must beg thine aid on a point of research. If thou art resolved to face Lord Ramu, I would ask thy leave to observe the event.
Well, if you want to watch me fight, all right. Aorzia is going to sit in the back and critique my crappy rotation. It's one of the things about streaming this. Like when you play with people in dungeons, unless you're really paying attention, you won't notice if people are like just messing up rotations and messing up abilities and using the wrong stuff. But then when you're streaming it, it is incredibly obvious because you can see exactly what I'm hitting. Okay. Now how long is this going to take to queue? 5 minutes. Well, while we're waiting. See, I really don't want to leave, because I have a feeling when this mission's done, I'm going to have to talk to somebody right in here. Although it's not that long, it doesn't take that long to get here. It'll take longer just to sit here for 5 minutes than it will to come back. So how's everyone doing today? I did nothing yesterday. I did some money grinding in Hollow Knight, and that's it. I can also tell I'm still a little iffy from COVID, because like I've been super tired. I slept for about 11 hours last night and still wanted more. I mean, they say it's impossible to catch up on sleep. If you miss sleep, it's just gone. If that makes sense. I don't know about that, because sometimes there'll be times where it's like I've been sick or I've been not getting a lot of sleep, and then for like the next couple weeks I just sleep a lot, and then it kind of evens out. I defy science. All right, it is impossible to get the jackpot. There's no way to get 1, 2, 3. However, this could be 24. Or not. All right. All right, well, it's impossible to get 24. It's also impossible to get 1, 2, or 3, unfortunately. What's my next best goal? 23, I guess? Which is also impossible, because it requires... well... Yeah, I mean, that's... Yeah, I think it's also impossible to get that. Let's just pick one. 9... 7... This could be 8. Which would get me 720, which is one of the highest on the board. Nope. Aw. So, that's 11. Not the worst I could do. Can't get the big one. Can't get the second biggest one. Can't get the third biggest one. This could be 8. Because 2 hasn't shown yet. Let's go for it. Nope. So I mentioned I'm kind of on the clock when it comes to doing the story missions. Hopefully there's not too many missions that I have to queue for, because being a DPS, it's going to take a while. This is where being a healer would be good. I am not comfortable enough in the tanking role to be a tank in a fight I haven't done before. However, I would be more willing to be a healer for a fight I have not done before. Or a dungeon. I mentioned before, I don't like tanking in dungeons, like that I don't know that well, which is most of them. But for healing, it's a little easier, simply because I'm not having to lead the way through a dungeon I don't know. Also, being a healer, when you first start out healing, what do? You only heal, right? My very first couple dungeon runs as a healer, all I did was heal. I was too uncomfortable doing DPS. I just healed. But as you go, you get more comfortable. When it comes down to it, if you're not comfortable doing a dungeon as a healer, just heal. You're doing your role. Might take a little longer with your DPS, but still. But as a tank, I mean, I guess the proportional comparison to that is, don't train a bunch of enemies. Just attack one group at a time. Look, when I go into a dungeon expecting a quick run for a daily, and we have a tank who is just doing one group at a time, is it annoying? Yes, but I'm not going to say anything. I'm not going to be like, hey, pick up the pace, grab more enemies. If this is what they're comfortable with, that's what they can do. They're the tank. I'm not going to complain about it. You know what I could do while we're waiting? Unlock Sage. I'm probably going to get interrupted mid-conversation, but... Where is Sage? I don't remember where Sage is. See, the fact is, Endwalker introduced only 2 classes. So where would they put the 2 classes when there's 3 main cities? Don't even know what that is. Carpenter, Ixel. That's a blue mission for maybe Garuda Extreme? No. Yeah, there we go. Oh, that's right. When you go to the map like this, you can't... Hold on. Oh, are there just none up there? I guess not. Well, it's not here. Ulda. My reasoning behind my classes was I like being the jack of all trades, master of none, red mage, which is why I have red mage. But also, I have always liked the idea of a character, like in a D&D setting, especially. Like a fantasy setting. Where, because in sci-fi, everything's about tech, mostly. So that kind of defeats the purpose. I don't like guns in fantasy settings because it's just like, oh, cool, guns. It's because I like the idea of someone using their brain to compensate for the fact that physically they're not as powerful. And what better way to do that in the world of fantasy than technology? It's a world where you really don't see technology that often. At least not when it's not magic-based. I'm going to bring this up. It's kind of like Syndrome from Incredibles. Yes, he's a villain, but I do like his reasoning that he wants to give everybody technology to become super, because when everyone's super, no one is, even the playing field. I get it. I get it. It'd probably be disastrous, but I get it. Oh yeah, I don't belong. I don't know why I went over here. My second character, the one I played before this one, was stationed in Ulda, Grand Company-wise, so that's why I did that. Aha! Well, we can look for Sage after this. I wouldn't mind unlocking it today. I gotta unlock it at some time. I also mentioned I'm going to unlock the other classes in A Realm Reborn off-stream during the break. I feel like all their story missions are kind of like, at least up to 50. I feel like they're kind of like, they're okay. I will do 50 plus on stream. That includes the other classes. Ah. Is a Raiden teleport. Makes sense. Electricity. If there was any element that would have a teleportation ability, it would be electricity. Hello, friends. I don't know what I'm doing, but luckily I am a long-range DPS, so I can just sit back and shoot. Alright, so I'm guessing when we have the electricity around us, do not get near other people. It probably overlaps. Oh yeah, also my damage over time. God, I need to play this game more often. Yep, make sure we're not overlapping. Again, that's what I'm guessing. Maybe don't get near the person who's being targeted. Yep, I took less damage than they did. Okay. What do we have? I'm a bard. We have a warrior, a dark knight, a white mage, a sage, a dragoon, a reaper, a black mage, I think. This music kind of has a Final Fantasy XIII vibe to it. Oh, also the reason why I haven't done any of the Bard quests to unlock my abilities past 50, I don't have to. Everything I'm doing... Why is it me? Do I have to do anything special? No. Because everything I'm doing in the story is capped at 50. So it doesn't matter. I wouldn't be able to use it anyway. Also, I have been terrored. For a long time. I don't know. Out of all the primals, I wouldn't think Rama would incite terror into me. No offense, Rama, but I think you're the least intimidating of all the primals we've fought so far. See what I mean about streaming Final Fantasy XIV? And when I just shut up and stop talking, I can do my abilities a lot better. When I'm talking, I'm like, oh, I forgot to use this crap. But if I just shut up and just concentrate on what I'm doing, it's like, oh, yeah, we're good. I can't imagine streaming this game and doing like the hard, super hard, like new raids while also talking. About stuff other than, like, you know, what's happening. Or calling out stuff. I was also watching someone stream Destiny 2 yesterday. Gotta admit, I got a bit of that feeling of wanting to play it again, but it's been too long. If I got it back into it, I wouldn't know what I was doing at all. I might as well start a new character at that point. But those characters that exist on my Xbox version were carried over from Destiny 1. I wouldn't want to get rid of them. I still find it weird that Rama, being the primal of knowledge, basically, decided to test our wanting of peace through combat. It does seem a little out of character. Might makes right doesn't make sense to me for Rama, but eh.
I have taken thy measure, bringer of light. And I judge thee a worthy champion. The task of excising the sin that hath taken root in man's heart is thine.
Yeah, that makes sense now. I was just getting ready to say that before he said it. Maybe it's about the fact that we're strong, and since we're strong, we can hold back, either hold back the ones who want to do the sylphs harm. You know, we're like, hey, we want peace. We'll make sure the Garlean Empire or other humans don't, or other people don't mess with you. We're strong enough to make good on that word.
Shrink not from employing thy strength in service to the forest and the wider realm beyond. Like hungering shadows do the enemies of harmony gather, and meekness will but feed them. If man is to be delivered from the dark, it shall be by thy guiding light alone. Stray not from the path, for if thou dost, thy people shall be truly lost.
Thou hast slain the Lord of Levin. A regrettable act, but a necessary one.
Oh, we actually did kill him. I kind of thought we would leave him alone, like fight him, and then he'd be like, "All right, you can just stay here." I guess we did kill him.
In witnessing thy struggle, a truth hath been revealed unto me. If I mistake not, it may yet prove a chink in the eternal armor of the Assyrians. But let us conclude our present business. I shall expound upon my findings at the Rising Stones anon.
Odd. Yay! Nope, there was no one to talk to here. Alright, that's fine. Also, it spit me out here anyway. I believe we have to go over here, so let's just stay here. Now, this is why I'm a little worried about getting all these missions done. I've been playing this and streaming it for almost 45 minutes. I've done one mission. Well, to be fair, this was like more a story mission with, you know, well, story to it. More to take in. I've been told a lot of the missions in these patches are kind of, well, filler. Which requires less thinking about. Lieutenant Shepard, you have returned. Dare I say how Rama received your visit? I killed him. He challenged you to test of arms? It is well then that you have some experience in such matters. The peoples of both Gridania and Little Solace will be relieved to hear that the Lord of Levin has accepted you as the forest champion of peace. You have performed a monumental duty this day, Lieutenant Shepard. The Elder Seedseer must be informed of your deeds at once. The Elder Seedseer will wish to hear of your experiences firsthand. Pre-return to Gridania and make directly for the Lotus Stand. The Conjurer at Nofika's altar will be expecting you. Fare you well. Meow. Now, I'm based in Gridania with this character, so I have a rank with them. I wonder if they would still be calling me Lieutenant if I wasn't based here. Or if I was, but wasn't the highest rank I could be right now. Wouldn't be a Lieutenant then. Am I even a Lieutenant? What am I? Well, that doesn't tell me. I am... Yeah, I'm a lieutenant. I am a second serpent lieutenant. I cannot wait till I get one more rank so I can purchase... Where are they? These, and make people whatever I want. Alright, squad. Let me send you on a... at least set you to a level up mission. I mentioned before, my original goal was to collect all of the, or at least most, have my team be entirely unique outfits. Not doing that because it's taking too long. But if I do find one, by doing the weeklies whenever I do them, I will be adding them and kicking somebody out. Alright, to the Conjurer place. Oh, there's no bard. I feel like anytime I ever come back to Gridania, there's a bard playing here. I don't hear anything. Maybe later in the day. Welcome back, Honored Scion. We know who we know. Wow, we who know of your mission have been most anxious to see you return. Yeah. All right, beat up old man. Now what?
You are returned to us, dear friend, and none the worse for bearing the heavy burden which I did press upon you. Most glad am I of this. I am informed that your efforts to negotiate a peace with Lord Ramuh ended in conflict. Pray tell me, what befell?
I mean, it kind of worked out. It was a planned conflict.
Ramuh made trial of you? I fear there is truth to his claim. It is the darkness within us that attracts the darkness without. It cannot be denied that misfortune follows man. For evidence, one need only look to the conflict brewing in Cartanel, or to the rising flood of refugees. Our shared struggle against the Empire should have served to seal our union. Yet the ties which bind the Alliance strain under the weight of gross self-interest.
Yeah, that happens a lot. In any kind of story, like movie, book, TV show, game, there's always that idea of a conflict brings us all together to fight as one. But you know full well how many years is it going to be before everyone starts bickering again and choosing sides and goes back to the way and everything goes back to the way things were. Look at Mass Effect. I guarantee you, if Mass Effect 4 takes place even just 10 years later, there'll be conflicts again. There'll be petty, arguments, and people won't like each other again, and it never lasts.
As the scars of the calamity begin to fade, so too does our sense of common purpose.
Yep.
Yet now is scarce the time to forget our shared responsibility. If this new-sprung realm is to survive beyond its infancy, it must needs be nurtured by all. Aorzia must be as one. Yet I fear that dream is still far off. On behalf of the people of Gridania and the elementals both, I thank you for all that you and your fellow scions have done. Full oft have I been compelled to look to you for aid of late, and offered all too little in return. As leader of this nation, I shall endeavor to prove a more worthy ally to your cause henceforth.
Interesting.
Lord Ramu has departed, yet the keening of this ill wind grows no less insistent. Voices of the forest, pray speak and I shall listen. What unseen evil begets this unease in my heart?
I am kind of wondering who the big bad of Heavensward is going to be. Like, no one has been set up as the bad guy in Heavensward. I doubt it's going to be the Empire again. Or at least the same way it was before. Unless they're saving that for Heavensward. I mean, these patches came out. I actually don't remember. I would imagine these patches came out before Heavensward, but I don't know. In my mind, there's the possibility that Heavensward came out, then some of these patches came out to bridge the gap, but that wouldn't make any sense because you would start Heavensward. Yeah, these had to have come out first. Maybe they wanted to save the reveal of the enemy of Heavensward. That would also explain why the reception and like memories of these patch quests are kind of all over the place. Some people like them and some people hate them. Makes me think it's just a bunch of like one-off things that really won't matter in Heavensward that much. Thus ends another daunting mission, Ankinison. I'd hoped Lord Rama could be persuaded with words alone, but nonetheless, I can only admire the adroitness? Stop using words I don't know. With which you responded to the primal's sudden challenge. Promptness? Efficiency? And it seems that Aorzia too was pleased with the outcome. What say you, Kennison? Shall we gather back at the Rising Stone and ponder the lessons of the day? Sure. Like how I keep having to fight the primals by myself? What? So many blue missions all over the place. I'm not sure if I'm going to do them on stream or just maybe do them off stream during the break. Like when I unlock Heavensward and get Machinist and then stop. I want to do 99.9% of Heavensward on stream after the break. So, but I want to unlock Machinist, of course. I might just find like a giant list of the because that might also unlock the blue missions of like basically by getting into Heavensward it might unlock some blue missions in the old areas. I don't want to do those yet. Like I've been told that the writing just kind of goes up in quality from the expansions on. So I kind of want to save a lot of the stuff that's unlocked by the expansion for stream. I'll find a list of all the blue missions in A Realm Reborn and then probably just do them all. Unlock whatever I can. And again, doing up to level 50 every class mission in A Realm Reborn. I will not touch the expansion classes because I have been told the class quests for the expansion classes are much better. Those will be saved. And level 50 quests and at past 50 on A Realm Reborn quests I've also been told are a little better. Welcome back, Kennison. Word of your momentous, close enough, encounter with Lord Rama precedes you. I would fain share news of mine own, but Aorzie's discoveries must take precedence. Upon witnessing your defeat of the Lord of Leven, our learned companion was struck with a profound insight regarding the nature of the Ascians and mortality. Let us assemble and discuss his observations together. So by watching me fight Rama... Voice acting. There's not going to be voice acting.
If everyone is ready,
okay.
Let us begin.
I was going to say, there's too many characters in this scene to have voice acting. So it's either going to be a scene where there's no voice acting, or if it does have voice acting, not everyone's going to speak.
Aorzia, the floor is yours.
As all here assembled now know, in its final hours as our Order's headquarters, the waking sands did play host to a most unexpected visitor. I speak of the Ascian clad in white, Elidibus.
The guy who's, like, not our enemy, but maybe is. Hello, Golden. No, that's strategic. I don't know why, but... maybe it's like Thane. Thane in Mass Effect has his chest exposed from his suit, but that actually has a purpose. It's so he can, apparently breathe more easily. It makes sense.
Unwelcome though his presence was, his words that day did serve to confirm a truth long suspected, that the Ascians are eternal beings, to whom physical destruction is as a temporary inconvenience.
But what do you do to beings who can't be killed physically? You imprison them.
In the intervening time, Aorzia and I have striven to discover a means by which the Ascians might more permanently be slain.
And 'tis my belief that we have found the thread that will allow us to unravel the twisted skein of their existence. In the moments prior to Leviathan's most recent manifestation, the Sahagin elder who summoned him was observed to undergo some manner of ascension. The etheric readings taken by Y'shtola at the time of this transfiguration have proven most enlightening.
The disruption to the flow of ether was sudden and dramatic. So tangible was the agitation, I scarce had need of my goggles.
The significance of Y'shtola's readings might better be understood in the context of mine own, taken at the instant of the Lord of Levin's demise. Unlike the Primal, the Sahagin was not subject to etheric dissipation.
Before discussing our new discoveries, it may benefit us all to recall what we know of etheric behavior. Let us begin at what some might call the end. When we who dwell in the material realm die, our spirits dissolve into the flow of ether and are returned to the ethereal realm.
Kind of like the life stream, or the far plane, sort of. Little less so like that.
In turn, the restless energy which suffuses that plane streams back into our world, giving rise to new life.
'Tis as the heavens did decree, the way of all mortal souls.
But the question is, I'm wondering this, I don't know if this is actually mentioned. So the life force of a person goes back to where it came from, and then it's reused to make new life. Does that mean that everyone has potential locked memories of their previous lives? Or are those memories lost, and it's just the start of a new life? Like, life is finite, a finite resource, and it's just reused over and over again with no connection. Maybe I'll find out.
This world and the next do the ethereal currents swirl, bearing the very essence of life. Thus doth the cycle of birth, death, and rebirth continue unabated.
I mean, in a way, it kind of works that way with our physical bodies anyway. We decompose, and what we're made of goes back to the world and then becomes other stuff. Kind of like that, just in this case, it's like life energy.
Primals behave somewhat differently. In order to manifest and then maintain a physical presence in this realm, they must consume vast quantities of ether, most often in the form of crystals. Though they may seem to live, their flesh is but ether given shape.
Okay. So they feed off life energy. Crystals are also made of ether, life energy. Not entirely sure how that works. Although in Final Fantasy VII, materia is kind of like solidified life stream, which is also life force, so I guess it's similar in that regard. And primals are not alive. They are ether given physical form. They don't have a physical body. Okay.
Thus, a defeated primal leaves behind no broken corpse. Rather, the essence of its form seeps back into the land whence it came, and the energy of its shattered spirit is called back to the ethereal realm.
Okay, so in a sense that frees the ones who were used for it. Although again, I don't know if ethereal energy has, like, personality to it, or if it's all just kind of made generic once they get back there.
And there it waiteth, till next the prayers of the faithful do draw it forth from the sea of ether, to take their offering of crystals and make for itself a new body.
Okay. Well, if crystals are made of ether, what if we trap them in
Which brings
crystals?
us on to the third group, the so-called immortals. They exist in a manner all their own.
Quite. Even as the Sahagin Elder fell to the Admiral's musket shot, I witnessed the release of an ethereal cloud, which immediately took possession of a nearby minion.
A soul that dissipateth not upon the death of the flesh.
The secret of life everlasting, and in the claws of a Sahagin no less. But I wonder, what would happen to one of these obstinate spirits, should there be no suitable host for it to claim?
Well, that's what I said. Shoot all of them and they have nowhere to go.
If mortal death entails a return to the ethereal realm, it seems doubtful that the soul of an immortal would venture there.
Well, what if we force it to somehow? Or again, make a crystal out of it?
Nay, it merely withdraweth a distance, unto the shore of the ethereal sea, perchance, but no further.
Yes, it exists in neither this realm nor the next, abiding instead in the space that lies between them. The Ascians took control of Thancred by means of a crystal of darkness, an artifact which, if our theories are correct, serves as a gateway to the place I have just described.
I was hoping people had forgotten about that.
I am sorry, my friend.
For a mercy, the weary road of our research hath brought us unto an answer.
The Sahagin ascended to an immortal state, but he did not possess a crystal of darkness through which to flee this realm. Thus was he consumed by Leviathan. If we could entrap the spirits of defeated Ascians in like manner, and thereby deny them resurrection...
Therein lieth the path to victory. Thou art most perceptive, my lady.
So we're going to become like the Ghostbusters. We kill them and then put some kind of trap down and trap them.
Only when we have trapped the bodiless soul within an ethereal prison can we hope to defeat its unnatural constancy. Thus might even an eternal paragon be consigned to oblivion.
Yeah, again, how do you deal with something that can't be killed? You capture it.
These feats are, of course, far easier said than done. At present, we lack a viable means to entrap and extinguish an Ascian soul. Yet, I believe it to be possible. The pieces of the puzzle lie before us. We have but to put them together.
I will depart at once to convene with the sages of Sharlayan. Together shall we divine the steps by which our goals may be achieved.
I have the utmost faith in you, Archon.
Beg pardon, antecedent, but I would raise one final matter. Even now, a Sharlayan survey party seeketh to ascertain the fate of the students of Baldessian. Their findings shall soon be known to us. Though you harbor feelings of dread, I bid you surrender not to sorrow, but abide instead in hopeful prayer.
I shall, Archon. Thank you.
Yeah, it's been like 20 quests, and we still don't know what happened to them. Ooh. Oh, it's Thanos land. Yeah. Oh, we need the voice for this.
I'm assuming the voice is working, or else I'll feel dumb. The Lord of Levin is returned to the Ether, as was Leviathan before him. Rama's acquaintance was most intriguing. Inferno, Vortex, Crag, Whirl, and Levin all have now been humbled by the Bringer of Light. Limitless potential of man, Eidolon's servant grows mightier by the day. Yet he prospers at great cost to his mistress, whose strength is all too finite. Several times have the masses survived the rejoining, but their souls are grown weak and wan. Even as it, stop using words I don't know. Even as it innervates, the ardor empowers our master. All that remains is to nurture the strength of the gifted, to forge the final key. That is the task to which we bend our every effort. Divine seeds were ever wont to quicken in Aorzia's fertile soil. We need only lead men to the field, and by their eager hands shall a new deity arise. That which has shattered shall be made anew, and the one true God shall come again.
All right, then. What's the next mission? Now the matter of Rama has, for the present, been put to rest. There is something I would show you, Kennison. It is a letter of thanks signed by the leaders of the Aorzian Alliance, acknowledging the Scion's tireless service to the realm. It mentions in particular the names of all the defeated primals: Ifrit, Titan, Garuda, Good King Mukulmak. Let's not forget him. Leviathan, and now Rama. Needless to say, there is only one among our number to have faced them all. And though these words of gratitude were addressed to our order as a whole, I feel they were meant for you above all others. I too must offer my heartfelt thanks for all that you have done. In the course of your duties, you have never once failed to answer my call to arms.
This hurts you.
You are a true hero, Kennison, and Aorzia is that much the safer for your presence. Pray do not misunderstand me. I said safer, not safe. I know only too well that we can ill afford to lower our guard. The Ascians may be relied upon to sow chaos in this realm, until such time as they are forced to stop. Hello, Remnant. Yeah, drinky would be good. Ooh, big drinky.
Shepherd!
I have 6 bottles of water to drink today, and I haven't even started. Every time I get a hydrate, I'll drink like half a bottle. How about that? Nasty tea. Whenever I get off keto, Renegade might become something different other than tea. Just as a change of pace. Maybe I'll find like some kind of like nasty but healthy drink I can do. Or it'll be something like grapefruit juice. Ugh. Why, even without their encouragement, you may be assured that man would foment strife on his own. And that is to say nothing of the beast tribes. Unless we learn to live in harmony, the primals too will return to plague us again and again and again. And yet, despite all of this, your deeds serve to inspire the people, to give them hope for a better tomorrow. And there is no greater gift. That we have the courage to strive for what might otherwise seem an impossible peace. We owe in no small part to the dangers you have faced on our behalf, and the people you have won over to our cause in so doing. Our list of enemies has ever been long, but think of the allies with whom we are now blessed. Of the beastmen who wish not of conflict, and who now call you friend. Of Alice, who strives to unearth the terrible secrets of the calamity. Alicia, whatever. And then there is Sid in the Fellowship of Noah, racing to unlock the mysteries of ancient Alleg, that we might be spared the horror of another Ultima weapon. Of course, when speaking of our greatest allies, we must not forget those closest to us, by which I mean our fellow scions. Thanks to their many and varied talents, our order is uniquely equipped to combat the far-reaching corruption of the Asians, and combat it we shall. Who's this? Your enthusiasm is truly heartwarming, antecedent. Given our embarrassing wealth of allies, I trust it will not inconvenience you unduly if I absent myself for a time. Nod. Alphanod, I take it the troubles in Ul'dah no longer require your attention. There are yet some rumblings of discontent, but the air of simmering violence is largely dissipated. 'Tis to report such that I stand before you now. Hey, did we just... Okay. Is that going to come back? The whole rebellion in Ul'dah thing just kind of stopped. And we never caught the person. That, and to speak with you concerning the new organization we discussed. And I have a message for you from Ella. You recall the refugee girl? The one whose parents were missing? They were found unharmed. She wishes me to pass on her thanks to you. Why, Alphanod, I am to understand that you made the effort to remember the poor girl's name? I look forward to reading all about her in your report. I do hope you left nothing out. Kennison, you have been away from Revenant's Toll for some time now, I believe. Might I suggest that you put the affairs of the realm to one side for the moment and take this opportunity to reacquaint yourself with the town. Which reminds me, one of the Doman children recently inquired as to your whereabouts. Yozen was his name. I believe he has some small matter he wishes to share with you. Why not oblige him with a visit? Nod. Yeah, let's go talk to some kid. We just took out a primal. What's the next story mission? Talk to a child. Oh, they're actually in here. Okay. Look, it's Mr. Kennison. He's back from his adventures. We heard you were off fighting primals, and that they're some of the strongest enemies you could ever face. I wish I could have seen you in battle. Anyway, we all want to be heroes too, so we finally formed our very own Doman Adventurers Guild to protect all the Domans. Oh, do you think you could train us today, Mr. Kennison? Maybe you could show us how you fought the primals. What's all this commotion then? Mr. Boulder and Mr... Oh boy. It's probably Coltonay, I imagine. Did you know that Mr. Kennison is back? So it would seem. Welcome home, Kennison. My companion and I but recently became full members of the Scions, and I believe proper introductions have yet to be made. I am known as, Hoary Boulder. Interesting name. And this bookish fellow is Coltonay. Though we remain largely unproven as adventurers, we have taken it upon ourselves to instruct the Doman younglings in the arts of combat. I would say teaching children to fight is probably a little irresponsible, but in a world where primals are a thing and there's all this stuff's everywhere, maybe not such a bad idea. Hmm. I love when definitions just use the same word over and over again to describe the same word. Did I even read that? I don't remember. We were just making we just asking Master Kennison if he could give us some special training. I think we're ready to hunt monsters alongside him, don't you? Well, you've certainly been diligent with your drills, but I'm afraid the fiends of Mordona are still ever so slightly too dangerous for you. I have a counter proposal. What if I were to cross swords with Kennison? A demonstration of skill at arms, if you will. Hori, if I didn't know you better, and I do, I'd say you were merely seeking to test yourself against a legend. Ha ha ha! Well, mayhap I am, but what matters the motive when the children stand to learn so much from the lesson? What say you, Kennison? Would you consent to spar with me?
Sponsor time, Commander.
Nod. Hurrah! We're gonna have a tournament. Come on, everyone, we must prepare for our gear for an outing. If you want to compare this to Dragon Ball, we have now entered the tournament saga. It's like, you can't go too much. You can't have too much story without a tournament. Also, sponsor time. Oh boy.
Today's stream is sponsored by the Vorcha. The Vorcha are #1 in the galaxy at informing their customers of inoperable life support systems due to faulty damaged equipment. The Vorcha also provide the important service of proclaiming when a customer is unfortunately ready to expire due to sickness, injury, or any Reaper-related events. The Vorcha.
I wonder how that sounds with the drone filter on. Also, if anyone's wondering, that is a very long-winded way of using two of my favorite Vorcha lines. The break fans and you die now. That's what that means. At some point, I'm going to put the Vorcha redeem back on, but I'm still taking it a little easier on my voice until I get used to streaming again.
Begone, vile man! Begone from me!
Okay. Ninja. Ugh. You missed a sponsor time. The Vorcha. Have faith, I'm gonna keep messing up these names. Coltone, I shall summon every last ounce of my strength to make of this a worthy contest. The fields to the east of town should prove suitable for our purpose. I very much look forward to our bout. Yes, today's stream is sponsored by the Vorcha. Why did I go this way? What am I doing? So did you decide if you wanted to try to play Hollow Knight again? Cool thing is you already own it. I guess. That's why I kind of miss demos. Remember back in the old days of the 360? I feel bad saying that. The early days of the 360, there were demos everywhere. Like literally like almost every single game that was coming out had a demo and videos you could download and watch, and that kind of went away. Kind of missed that. I mean, there are demos every once in a while, but I don't know. I just kind of miss the days where there were demos for everything. All right, let's do this tournament. It was good of you to agree to this, Kennison. I trust you are ready to begin. I mean, how tough could this be? We're the legendary bard Kinnison. We'll be fine. Very well, let us not keep the younglings waiting any longer. Ori, are you certain you wish to fight him alone? This is Kinnison you face.
Shepherd!
A better way to test my mettle.
Remember to
Pray
stay
allow me
hydrated.
to attempt the first round unaided. After all, 'twas this hero's legend that led me to join the Scions to begin with. Without Kinnison to inspire my efforts, I would not be half the warrior I am today. Your point is well made, but remember, this is for the children's sake as well as your own. Should it appear the contest will end too swiftly, I shall add my spells to your blade work. Also, drinkies. Also, hello, Scandy. I will be. Here's the thing. I know I haven't done Stream Raiders, but I've kind of just been like, I've just been getting back into streaming after a month of just being sick. So I've kind of just been playing the games, you know, without interrupting them for Stream Raiders. I don't plan on doing Stream Raiders for Final Fantasy days because, like I said, I'm kind of on the clock when it comes to getting these missions done. So I kind of like being able to just play that. But I will be doing Stream Raiders again tomorrow. For Hollow Knight, and moving forward with whatever else we play. Like, once we get to Pokemon after this, I'll definitely take small breaks for that. I'm just kind of in marathon mode for this. I say that, but I keep talking. I keep stopping and talking for like 20 minutes. Dying Light? Never played it. You haven't begun yet, have you? Ida, what? Who are all these people? When I heard about your sparring match, I told everyone I could find. Thought you could use a crowd to cheer you on. Yes, and there is still more to come. When I mentioned Kinnison's name, the reaction was quite enthusiastic. Why, my own popularity seems but a sickly shade in comparison. You'd best claim victory, bringer of light. Your burgeoning reputation is at stake. Oh yeah, I was gonna say Dying Light is kind of like it's like zombie what's it called? Mirror's Edge. Well, our teacher won't be beaten so easily. He's a master swordsman. You can win, Mr. Boulder. We shall soon see. On your guard. Now let's beat this guy up. Ah, I can run in circles and you can't hit me. You can't catch me. What if I did this? What if I just did my damage over times and then just ran in a circle? Ah, the hero. Well then. Yeah. Go on and heal him. I know you're going to. There he is. Now I'll stand and fight. And I beat him again. Yeah. I win! I killed them! I killed my fellow Scions! I win! I normally don't play zombie games that much. It's more about how the game plays than the actual zombie setting. I like Left 4 Dead, but it could just as easily be like aliens or something, you know? Or like monsters. I just like the mechanic of the game. Get from point A to point B with a team. Or like State of Decay. State of Decay, I love the idea of building a base, collecting resources, and building a community with skills. It could just as easily be, again, monsters or aliens or just other people or whatever. Just happens to be zombies. You have bested me. I yield. Gasp! That was incredible. He beat them both at the same time. I just beat up a primal. We know you couldn't lose, Kennison. None can defeat the Guardian of Aorzia. Who are you? Who are these people? Now I see they sent you to deal with the primal. Now I see why they sent you to deal with the primals. I've much work to do if I ever attempt the same. Wow, that knight and mage got beat up by a bard. Wow, you're terrible. I need to get a new person to look up to. Impressive as always, Kennison. 'Tis ever a pleasure to witness the spectacle of your martial prowess. And judging by the smiles on these many faces, they too appreciate the hard-won strength that keeps the perils of the realm at bay. Guardian of Aorzia. Yes, that is the most fitting title. Do you recall when we first met? It was at the memorial service for the Battle of Carteneau. At the time, I was yet attempting to understand this land of Aorzia. I sought to grasp the reason why Grandfather willingly sacrificed himself to protect it. I shall speak plainly. My initial impressions were less than favorable. Dire problems abound, and yet the effort I saw expended towards their solution was haphazard and half-hearted. I thought Aorzians a foolish and childish people. Considering the shambles their home was in, I would not have been surprised if some had chosen to swear allegiance to Gaius and the order he proposed to enforce. But Legatus's single-minded military invasion precluded any such switching of loyalties, of course. Were it not for a desire to continue Grandfather's legacy, I would have abandoned the realm to its fate long ago. The threats were too many, the nations too self-involved and unstable. 'Twas you who convinced me the salvation of Aorzia was possible. 'Twas you who taught me, through countless acts of bravery, that what my grandsire sought to preserve was not the land, nor its history, nor any single nation. It was the people. These wonderful, oft infuriating, stubborn people that suffer blow after terrible blow only to drag themselves back to their feet to face another day. Though he never put such feelings into words, I believe Grandfather's admiration for this inextinguishable courage grew into a fervent wish. A wish to aid Aorzia and its inhabitants in charting a course to the future. A wish that has now become my own. I too will endeavor to take up the mantle of Guardian of Aorzia and champion these people who toil towards a better world. Our cause, however, is not a simple one. The troubles that plague us are a scale that cannot be solved by the scions of the Seventh Dawn alone. No, what is needed to tackle the root of the primal threat and effectively counter the schemes of the Ascians is a new expanded organization that operates beyond the limitations of nations and borders. If you would aid me in building such an organization, then pray let us continue this discussion back within the walls of the Rising Stones. Nod. Nod. He's like 15. Yeah, he's still doing more than other people are. The other scions don't seem to be helping me much. I'm not very far away. Let's just fly. Let's save the 100 gil and just fly. Ah. Meow. Hey, Huggabert. Huggabert, my favorite NPC in this place. Just because of his name. So what's the next mission? I wonder how far I am into 2.3. Thank you for coming, Kennison. The world shifts and alters, and we, my friend, must be one step ahead of the chaos. What I propose is the formation of a new organization, a group that shall pave the way for a truly united Aorzia. Pick one of these shiny stones. We're gonna build the Spectres. Pray forgive me if I tread over old ground, but I would first speak of the grand plan. Since the advent of the 7th Astral Era, the leaders of the three nations have been deliberating over an accord that seeks to bring the desperate forces of Aorzia together into a single entity. A realm-wide grand company, if you will. The military might of such an institution would be drawn from every corner of the land, and directed against threats that no single nation could hope to overcome alone. Yet, while the purpose of this hypothetical organization is undisputed, the logistics of its formation have become the source of endless debate. And the longer these discussions continue, the more I sense the impetus towards unification draining away. Thus have I been campaigning for the creation of what might be considered a trial company. It will be on a much smaller scale than what we hope to eventually achieve, but capable of the same manner of unrestricted operation accorded to the Scions. 'Tis my hope that the successful utilization of such a force will lend momentous... I can't read anymore. I need to reset my brain here. Momentum to the lagging deliberations. Also, being a primarily military outfit, I mean to assuage fears of its misuse by placing the fledgling organization under the authority of the antecedent. Cool. The Scions work tirelessly to protect Aorzia and its people. So we're kind of turning the Scions into a grand company. But as you yourself have witnessed with the refugee revolt, there are limitations to what even we can achieve. With this new company under the Scion's command, however, we will be capable of responding to a wider range of difficulties, without straining our resources or overtaxing your formidable talents. The goals of my proposed organization and those of the Scions are ultimately identical, a point conceded by all concerned. But before I can move forward with establishing this precursor to the true border-spanning grand company, 'tis yet necessary that I visit the three leaders and gain their official approval. A tiresome and time-consuming task, which is why I would ask that you accompany me on the journey, and attend to the business of recruiting our inaugural members, while I am otherwise engaged with bureaucratic formalities. Nod. Thank you. It is reassuring indeed to know that the Bringer of Light and his discerning eye will be selecting our future allies. Can we pick some really cool NPCs, please? Can we get some cool people? Our first destination will be Limsa Lominsa. Let us rendezvous at Bulwark Hall. Now, I know we're not going to get to pick the people, because it's going to have to be story-related, right? This isn't going to be like Squadrons, where we get to pick, like, random, no-voiced NPCs. But I'm hoping we get some cool people. Up. So, who's first? Well, we're going to Limsa. I'm not even sure what NPCs I'd want to... Like, if I had the choice. I'm not sure which NPCs I would want to put into the group. To be honest, I don't know that much about 14's world to the point where, like, or NPC. I can't, like, if you were to say, like, oh, if you could, like, take an NPC in Mass Effect and put them on your team, who would it be? I can list a bunch of people. In 14, not so much. Ah, there you are. I am ready to ascend to the bridge and speak with Admiral Blofhiswin. Yeah. While the Admiral and I are finalizing promissory boundaries and signing parchments, I would have you begin the recruitment process in earnest. I have, of course, endeavored to spread the word of our organization through various channels, but I believe a personal approach will reach many who may otherwise remain ignorant of the opportunity. As for potential members, 'tis of no matter should they already be pledged to another institution, only that they are willing to lend their strength when the situation demands it. And you needn't range into the countryside. The upper decks alone are populated with sufficient candidates to suit our purpose. Once you are satisfied with your recruiting efforts, meet me at the airship ticket counter, that we might prepare for the next leg of our journey. Maybe I do get to pick some people. Probably not. That Oliphant again. Well, they said upper. Yeah. So, who are these NPCs we get to talk to? I'm hoping that they're not all just random. Why am I going this way? Where am I going? What am I doing? Who am I? Why have I done this? Can I go around this way? Yes, I can. Okay. I didn't spend a lot of time on the upper deck of Limsa when I was here on my first character. So, who's first? This random NPC I've never heard of before. An organization with the freedom to operate with territorial impunity? I must say, your proposal intrigues me. But the Krakens well know that there's a time to act and a time to watch. And I am afraid this trial company of yours falls into the latter category. I'm going to get nobody, aren't I? Nobody's going to join. Master Alphanaz's new organization? Yes, I had heard the formation of this trial company was in the offing. 'Tis with regret, however, that I must decline your invitation. As commander of the Yellow Jackets, the protection of Limsa Lominsa must needs receive my full attention. Yeah. Who else can we talk to say and that'll tell us no? That's the wrong way. Hello, person that I don't know. Well, if it ain't Kinnison, I'd not forget an adventurer brave enough or daft enough to seek the shortcut into Titan's bedchamber. No. Oh! Okay, if you say so, I don't remember. You remember old Rio, don't ye? Formerly of the Grand Company of Heroes? Yeah, Company of Heroes, yeah. 3 whistles at Bronze Lake? Oh, okay. Yeah. It ain't often I drag me arse out to Limsa for a drink, but I'm right glad I did. How fares you these days? Looking to put together a new crew? Top tier work? Sounds like a right lark it does. Alrighty, lad, count me in. The heroes may have gone their separate ways, but I ain't ready to climb into me grave just yet. Oh, he said yes. Yay! Yeah, he was the secretive one that you had to whistle 3 times. I remember that. Oh, I just had a thought. Oh no. What if, when we get this thing going, the Titus guy, well, Titus, like, whatever, the guy in like the leopard skin Subligar tries to get into the group. What if he becomes redeemed? What if he's like Conrad in Mass Effect? Like, what if he joins our new company and actually gets to be like a better fighter? By the time we see him in the expansions, he's like actually powerful. He can still be a goofball. What if he like redeems himself and becomes an actual warrior? Now, I talked to you for some event quest, didn't I? The Golden Saucer one. Eh? Who in the bloody hells do you think you're talking to, Drylander? I'm a pirate, not some sod knight in shining plate. If you're looking for a self-righteous fop, try knocking on that dandy Carvelane's door. Well... So far we have one. I'm going to assume this last person's going to join us, so we have two. I feel like one would be, well, not enough. A guildmaster? Hold on, are we asking... Where am I? Are we asking the armorer guildmaster? A precursor to a Knight of the Aorzia Grand Company. Well, I do admire the scope of your ambition. My responsibilities here at Naldic and Vimeli's keep me close to the forge. I have not the time to be traipsing hither and yon across the realm. Should you require my skills as an armorer, however, I might be willing to accept some special commissions. Okay, they didn't join, but they're willing to make us some stuff. Okay. So we got one. We're gonna meet with him and it's like, oh, how many people did you get to join besides me? Plenty. Wait, do I have to go to the upper decks? Hold on. Thought I had to come back to where we were, but... Well, the symbol says... Hold on. The airship landing. Okay, that's why. I possibly forget how to get there. I'm just gonna teleport there. I really don't know these places very well. Yeah, I somehow missed him. Kennison, your recruiting went well, I trust. I'm curious to see how my proposal was received by the rough and ready folk of Limsa Lominsa. Ah, a member of a legendary company of heroes indicated his interest? Astonishing. I knew enlisting your aid was the right choice. Few could boast the acquaintance of such an elusive character. I too was successful in my task. The Admiral consented to sign all the documents requiring her approval. I can only hope that my visit with the Elder Seedseer proceeds as smoothly. Pray continue on to Gridania at your own pace. I shall await your arrival at Nofika's altar. I kind of forgot there's more than one place. I'm going to assume we get one person per area, which is fitting. Although the person we got isn't from Limsa. It would have been cool if we got, like, a well-known person of the town from each town. That way it symbolizes, like, a new grand company that will protect all of Aorzia. But we got somebody who pretty much has no ties to Limsa. So. Alright, so who are our options here? They're probably going to throw in, like, the Lancer Guild person, a couple other NPCs we don't know of, and then the one person who's going to join that we've heard of in, like, from, like, a quest or two. Should have just used teleportation thing. That's okay. Ooh. With that scythe and the colors, reminds me of Ruby. Conjurers, right? Yep. My audience with the Elder Seedseer is due to commence momentarily. I would be grateful if you would once more see to the task of recruitment here in Gridania. After you deem the well of potential candidates has run dry, let us rendezvous at the airship ticket counter as before. Alright, what are our options? There's one up there I can just teleport to. Oh, no Lancer Guild? Oh. Hold on, where's the evidence? Alright, I got some random person in here. Oh gods, can it truly be you? By what fickle fortune must the first face I see upon my release be— Oh! This is the guy who betrayed the people and for money, and apparently he's been released. Maybe he'll join us to make amends. Could it be that you don't remember me? It is I, Laurentius, the man whose crimes you exposed. I was a whaler and a regular patron at Buscaron's. I remember. Well, of course you do. I was beginning to wonder if Gull had changed me more than I realized. Now that I have not that I have any particular wish to be recognized after my shameful conduct. The less said of my past, the better, I suppose. And what of you, adventurer? What business brings you to this part of Gridania? Recruiting, huh? And what is your policy on reformed convicts? As matters stand, the Wood Whalers will have naught more to do with me. This may be just the second chance I was looking for. Revenants told, you say. I shall leave at once. You shall not regret this, I promise you. I am a changed man. Alright. I can get behind that. He also has a link to the area. He's a Gridania. I'm guessing he's from Gridania, and he used to work with the Whalers. Okay. Which, again, makes me kind of sad that the person I got in Limsa has no connection to Limsa, really. Maybe he is from Limsa originally, though, because he does talk like a pirate. Maybe he's from Limsa. Grandfather, you must call it a day. Let us return to the guild and rest ere your tormented back gives up on you for good. I'm terribly sorry. We were just innocent, isn't it? It has been some time since our paths crossed outside of Copperbell Mines. Why, you were barely more than a novice adventurer then, but look how far you've come. Mother Mione tells me 'twas you who felled the fearsome Black Wolf. And now you seek stout-hearted souls to fill the ranks of a new order? But your cause is undoubtedly just, and my old companion here would be much relieved to see me in good hands. Yes, I'll do it. This is the very thing I've spent my entire adventuring career working towards. I shall join your company just as soon as I've seen Isildar safely home. I don't remember who you are. Who are you? I don't remember who this is. But they want to join, so hey. Due to the positioning on the map, the person who I talked to about the sightseeing guide, I think, was in that area. Was that them? Oh, it's the butler guy. It's the butler guy who let the person he was in charge of just like kill a bunch of people. I wonder if he'll join us. Maybe not in like a warrior capacity, but maybe like to help out around the place. I don't know. You would offer this old man a place in your company of champions? I am both puzzled and honored by your invitation. Pray forgive me, young master, but I cannot accept. I have sworn to abide here for whatever scant years remain to me, and bear responsibility for the evils my lady has wrought upon this land. Oh, well, I mean, we don't know if he can fight, so I guess that's fine. Well, we already got 2. I don't expect any more from her. I would love this kind of mechanic in a game like Mass Effect or Dragon Age, one where I know the NPCs better. Can you imagine going around in Mass Effect, like being able to make up your own group of like, maybe Mass Effect 4, where maybe like the Spectres are kind of like, and you're like, we're going to make a new group. And you can go around and like, maybe the game takes place 5 years later. So you can go around collecting NPCs that Shepard knew. If they're alive. and make your own group. That'd be kind of fun. Make your own crew. It's not often a guild officer such as myself gets recruited. And this company of yours certainly sounds to have some promise, but its duties appear less than focused. I must refuse your invitation until such time as the organization is more organized. That's fair. If you want to be like the second wave of recruits, that's good. It is kind of dangerous to, like, you know, this place is just starting out and it's like, yeah, I'll join. You could just as easily fail. What news, Kennison? For my part, the Elder Seedseer was most amenable to our requirements. A former woodwhaler and a seasoned adventurer, our company will not lack for variety, that much is certain. An interesting harvest indeed. Shall we strike into Ul'dah whilst the iron is hot? Let us meet at the Royal Promenade and endeavor to conclude our remaining business. Our journey draws to a close. I'm surprised we're not going to the other areas. Well, the other area. Was it Korthus? Yeah. Maybe someone there might want to join. To Ul'dah! Oh, what if we can get one of the cool Lelafels that are here? Oh, what are their names? I don't remember. One starts with P, the one that... I'm trying to remember. The guy... Oh, man. I'm so bad with names. Yeah, we'll see. Like Papashan, I think, is one of them. Ul'dah, the Gilded City, where one's fortune defines one's worth. I hope some manner of fortune is with us, and that this final leg proves as successful as the previous two. Might I suggest ascending to the lower level before beginning your recruitment efforts? I do not think the Sultana will take kindly to us poaching from her personal guard. Let us meet back here at the promenade when our respective tasks are completed. Good hunting, Kennison. So, what are our options? We got someone over here in the gladiator area. Wilrid. Your name sounds kind of familiar. Wait, you're the man who came to Little Alamigo looking for that masked devil. Who knows what might have happened if you hadn't? I'd probably be dead. Oh, this is the guy who this is one of the survivors. He was talked into, like, fighting for Alamigo's, like, freedom or something and got destroyed. Yeah. Anyway, the disaster really got me to thinking about our homeland and about the outsider who saved us from ourselves. I realized how easy I'd be manipulated and vowed to make of myself a more worldly man. So here I am. A new company of champions, and you say it will take me to all corners of the realm? That sounds exactly like the kind of opportunity I need. And don't worry, I'm not the same stripling that you met in Little Alamigo. I've prepared myself to fight the evil I know is out there. Okay. I like that. Good pick. He was a naive, angry person, but now he understands what's happening. So good, good. Down here is is nothing. All right. It's not a guild or anything. So who am I going to ask down here? The one over here is the I'm going to ask somebody in the Weaver Guild. Well, maybe they'll be like the armor and make us stuff. Oh, what a happy coincidence. Do you remember me, perchance? I am Ors of the Church of Saint Adama Undama. Thank you again for your timely rescue. I don't remember who you are. And I must also thank you for preventing that fraudulent priest from preying on Drybone's less fortunate. Okay, I kind of remember you. A most upsetting business. Are you here with your companion, Thinkrid, was it? Ah, 'tis new companions you seek then. Your proposed organization sounds a powerful force for good. My place is at the church with the children. Nevertheless, I wish you well in this undertaking. Aww. Well, I guess it doesn't matter that I don't remember you very well, because you're not joining. Going to imagine the person in the Weavers Guild is also going to say no. Oh, Yellow Moon. I kind of remember you. You were the one... Oh, man, I'm trying to remember. It might have been on my previous character that you have an interaction with her during the Weavers Guild stuff, but... I'm sorry? You wish to recruit me? Is this some new fashion manner of propositioning a lady? Well, I'm afraid you are wasting your time. This lady's already spoken for. Alright then. I'm trying to remember... Was she part of that inept detective mission, I think? Like something was stolen from her? Well, we only got one person so far, so hopefully this person says yes. Well, there's also one more somewhere. I remember you. A company that looks to cure the ills of the realm entirely? Listen, friend, I can scarce bear the complaints of the next all over, let alone the conundrums of a neighboring nation. Yeah. And there's one more. Hopefully they say yes. Landebert. That also sounds familiar. You'd be surprised what rumors drift down to Pearl Lane. I know of this glorious new company of yours, and just how far I'd go to avoid getting involved with it. Whispers on the street say the organization is funded by corrupt coin, by syndicate money. If you think you're recruiting for a just cause, then you're a bigger fool than I took you for. Well. Yep. Well, we got our one from here, I guess. Not a fantastic start, considering we have the kid who got a bunch of his people killed, and he's still kind of new. We have the guy who betrayed the Whalers for money, who's trying to redeem himself. We have like a interesting crew. Wait, why is it? Oh. I don't meet him back here. I meet him at the Royal Promenade. Okay. Whoops. The one time I don't have to meet him at the landing. I'm assuming things went well with the Sultanate. She seems a pretty agreeable person with this kind of stuff. How fared you, Kennison? What hidden gems did the streets of Ul'dah offer up to your unrelenting gaze? Some guy. A single Alamegan youth? Well, you've certainly given us an admirable start, even if our ranks are yet somewhat thin. In these troubled years following the calamity, talk of Aorzian salvation must seem akin to grasping at clouds. But there are those who have risen to the challenge nonetheless, and the hope that inspires these people was born in no small part from the victories you yourself have won. Thank you, Kennison. I will not squander the precious gift you have placed into my keeping. These recruits will become the foundation of a new beginning. Nod. And yes, we are free to begin. As you have no doubt surmised, the Sultana also graced my trial company with her blessing. Our first wave of recruitment is over. The document signed and the finances secure. There is naught to prevent me from taking the next step. You are concerned by the Syndicate's involvement, as was I. Thus was the origin of every coin of the contribution carefully scrutinized and recorded. This organization will not be built on corruption. Naturally, I prefer not to rely upon our outside sources at all, but even my family's substantial coffers could not sustain a venture of this magnitude. And as for the rumors and doubts surrounding this enterprise, well, such things shall plague us until the company has had a chance to prove its worth. It will not be an easy process, but we will earn people's trust one success at a time. Speaking of time, we should waste no more of it. Let us return to the Rising Stones and lay the first stone for United Aorzia. So the weird thing is I'm still going to be a part of the Grand Company in Verdania, right? Because I can continue to gain rank. But I'm also part of the new one. Oh, a Hammy sighting. Hi, Hammy. Hammy, he doesn't care. I know he can hear me. Whenever I open up a...
General, what think you of Alfino's bold endeavor?
We'll get to that in a second. Whenever I open up one of the little bags of treats that I have for him, he hears it. He responds immediately. I know he can hear. I think his eyesight's pretty bad. Just because of the way he acts and like tries to see things. I don't know. Hamster's eyesight isn't that good anyway, but I know he can hear me. He just doesn't care.
I think it is more than bold, Your Grace. His organization would pave the way for a united Aorzia.
Or fail miserably.
Well do I understand his impatience. Since facing the common threat of the Ultima weapon, our nations have seemed farther apart, not closer together. Considering the many problems we face, should we not be glad that someone else is taking the initiative?
We have all pledged our cooperation. Yet the grumbling continues behind closed doors. Ul'dah is not alone in her duplicity. I myself have doubts as to the good this organization will achieve. With the inclusion of the finest soldiers of the 3 grand companies, it promises to be a fearsome military body. But whom will it serve? Even under the watchful gaze of the Scions, it is not unthinkable that such a force could perpetrate a great wrong. Does it not concern you that a significant proportion of its financial backing came from the coffers of the Syndicate? That those unprincipled worms might forge this extraordinary gathering of warriors into a private army?
I have trust in the Scions, Your Grace. They have spared us no end of trouble at the hands of the Primals. If they seek reinforcements, I deem it unwise to deny them. As for their finances, full many gave generously. And though our nobles proffered a sizable sum, their coin did not spill from the pockets of Lolorito and his cronies. And what of the presence of our stalwart adventurer friend in this endeavor? I doubt the Warrior of Light would betray our cause.
Yes, there is that, I suppose. Yet I have known people to change. Whether we will or no, the events of the age hurl us this way and that, like a dust devil skipping across the sands. Cannot be done about Telechi?
I have explored all avenues available to us, Your Grace. But as Ul'dah law now stands, we lack the evidence to convict him of any crime. To arrest him on spurious grounds would only play into his hands.
He has all but committed treason, and yet we can do nothing? Then what good our government? What worth the royal house? How deplorable this mockery of justice!
Have faith, Your Grace. It is not over.
Yeah, I get the feeling we're going to take care of him at some point. Or we're going to pull like a Spectres from Mass Effect. Like, you guys might not have the law on your side when it comes to arresting him or dealing with him. But maybe this new grand company, like, hey, Like, we have jurisdiction over everywhere across the Aorzia. So we're just going to go ahead and take him in. The game doesn't touch too much on that, but there are moments in Mass Effect games where you can pull the Spectre card and just be like, you can choose to do something. Mostly the time it's Renegade. And then be like, Spectre business. And everyone just kind of backs off. So, how's our group doing? Who was... Oh, yeah, that's right. I was going to think, like, who was the fifth person? We have the guy from the Company of Heroes that was kind of secretive for a while. The Wood Whaler guy that betrayed his people for money. The naive young guy who wanted to fight and was tricked. The random person I don't really remember that was in Redania. Who was the last one? I think there was one more. Was it only 4? I don't remember. Well, we'll probably see him again. That is on a journey I soon wish to repeat. But I cannot pause to rest. The culmination of all our effort is at hand. I must see to the preparations for the inaugural ceremony. Thank you for allowing me to monopolize your services, Kennison. I am certain the antecedent will be relieved to see you free for other duties. Yay! Greetings, Kennison. Alphanod tells me all is in place to begin his trial company. The Scions shall certainly be grateful to have the support of such an organization. The inaugural ceremony is set to take place here at the Rising Stones. Taro is cooperating with Alphanod to see that all is in readiness, so I am afraid the recruits themselves have been left to their own devices for the time being. Quite a number of new faces have arrived in Revenant's Toll of late, and I wonder if Slaffborn might not find himself overwhelmed. Would you speak with him? See if there is naught he requires. I was also kind of hoping a Doman would join. Maybe even, I forget her name. I'm so bad with names, especially in games that have, like, different, like, names. Like, different names based on certain styles and certain regions. I was hoping she would join the Scions, but I haven't seen her in a bit. Alright, how you doing, Slaffborn? What can I do for you, Kennison? Thought you'd have your hands full helping out with this new arm of the Scions. Huh, I barely noticed your recruits arrive. 'Twas barely a trickle compared to the flood of treasure hunters we have passed through every day. Well, I appreciate your offer of aid. 'Tis more your burden that concerns me. I'm told this trial company will answer directly to the antecedent, so I trust that means less work for you in the long run. Slaffborn, the shipment, we couldn't... Uh-oh. What happened? We were bringing equipment to Revenant's Toll, provisions earmarked for the frontier effort. But just as we sought to cross into Mordana, we were set upon by brigands. I believe they may have been heretics. There were many, too many. We only escaped with our lives by abandoning the supplies. Pray forgive us. There is naught to forgive. Provisions can be replaced, but smart soldiers are hard to find. Take your rest, and I'll have someone along to tend to those wounds. What to do? If heretics are involved, then this is like to be more than a case of simple thievery. Ishgard will need to be informed. Whence did these supplies originate? House Fortemps. We collected the provisions from Camp Dragonhead proper. Understood. I shall see that they are apprised of this development. Kennison, were you not on good terms with the Knights of House Fortemps? I will be sending them a missive immediately, of course, but I would also have you travel there and offer your considerable talents. Yes, I realize I contradict my earlier hopes to lighten your load, but I need someone who can help bring this incident to a satisfactory conclusion. Our favorable relations with Ishgard are far too important to risk half measures. Nod. Thank you for your understanding. I am certain Lord Harkafont will be glad of your assistance. Oh, we're going back there, huh? So I've been told Ishgard is the Heavensward area, which I believe is in Korthus. I guess we can't go there yet. It's just weird to think there's an area that exists in the game, like on the map, but we can't go there yet. Is it here, maybe? I think it might be there. Yep. I think I remember going there a while ago. I was trying to get to something, and I found out that I didn't know it was part of an expansion. I was like, oh, it looks like the map says it's this way, and you just can't go that way. Well, if it isn't my fine friend Kinnison Shepherd. Would you care for a plate of roast caracal? Some mulled wine? No? I see you have not come into my hall merely to escape the biting cold. I was in fact on the verge of opening an urgent missive from Revenant's Toll, and I suspect the timing of your arrival is no coincidence. I'm wondering if the start of 2.4 is going to be obvious.
The incident
I'm pretty
with the
sure.
new frontier hands? No, you need not elaborate. I have been following their progress with no small amount of interest. Brave men and women all. They do our nation a great service. The existence of a fortified outpost in Mordona will do much to dissuade the Empire from trespassing on Kurthus soil. Right glad am I that you have chosen to lend your support to this endeavor. Never let it be said that House Fortom does not acknowledge the efforts of her allies, or her debts.
So it's Fortom. Not Fortemps. Fortom.
'Twas in the spirit of gratitude that I arranged for sundry supplies to be delivered to Revenant's Toll. That the shipment should chance to be waylaid by heretics is poor fortune indeed. Poor fortune, I say, yet not without precedent. If you would know the truth of it, these incorrigible villains grow more organized with each passing day.
Yeah, I've been told that Heavensward is full of words pronounced like that. And I guess that's why Ishgard is, yeah. I wonder why they chose that. What made them, choose French for the elves? I wonder if there's a reason behind it, or if it was just a choice.
This new unity of purpose we attribute to their leader, the Lady Iceheart. But though I have devoted significant resources to the task of identifying this woman, we have yet to learn so much as her birth name. What we do know is that the heretics speak of Iceheart in reverent tones, and would gladly embrace death rather than betray her. Such loyalty is rare indeed, and I fear to imagine what so committed a collective might achieve. The brigands have not yet been so brazen as to risk direct confrontation here in Dragonhead. Some few of their number have, however, been sighted not far to the west of here, and with ever-increasing regularity. A visit to Whitebrim Front may bring you the answers you seek. Will you brave the snows, knowing what implacable foes may lie in wait?
Nod.
Halone's blessings be upon you. Though I take no pride in the admission, many of mine own countrymen are not so well suited as you adventurers to dealing with such foes. Were they dragons, it might be otherwise. But truly, I could not wish for a finer ally. You have done much for my house in the past, and I have no doubt but that I shall have cause to celebrate your deeds again ere long. Should you learn aught of value, pray return to me forthwith. A warm hearth and a warmer welcome shall be waiting for you.
Okay. So, where are we going? That way. Oh, this is very, yeah, this reminds me of Final Fantasy VI. Hold on, let's do this. Let's find an area that has some good snow and NOLA. Of course, I should probably be doing it this way, but close enough. They pulled a lot of stuff from 6 in this game. Just the style of the Magitech armor alone it's from 6. Along with the Machinist class. A lot of its tools. I wonder, out of all the callbacks and Easter eggs that exist in Final Fantasy XIV, which Final Fantasy is the one they use the most? I mean, the world itself is very similar to 6. Except magic is way more of a thing, but... It's been so long since I played 6. Nope. There you are. Kinnison, welcome, welcome. You'll be pleased to know that the repairs to Stone Vigil proceed apace. We shall rebuild sure and strong, and that the Dravanians might batter themselves senseless against our shield in the west. I would venture, however, that matters of masonry are not what brought you to Whitebrim. On the trail of a bandit of thieving heretics, you say? By the Fury, but you do seem destined to cross paths with those villains. I must confess, then, 'tis a sad truth that the wilds hereabouts have indeed grown thick with their number. They strike swiftly, without warning, and are canny enough to evade our most able trackers. But 'tis not merely their newfound organization that confounds us. The heretics themselves seem somehow changed. I know not what manner of influence that Iceheart wields, but the men we face seem utterly lost in the grip of righteous fervor. 'Tis an unsettling and unnatural zeal. Mayhaps you would care to question one of their recent victims. As fate would have it, your arrival came moments after a traitor was waylaid on the road. A patrol found the unfortunate fellow lying senseless in the snow, and carried him to our infirmary. Assuming he has regained the use of his faculties, the merchant might recall some small detail that could aid you in your task. Okie dokie. That was worth calling it. That was worth calling them out. I'm lazy. Let's see here. How do I... There's a way down in here, isn't there? Or is it just in here? No. Or up. Not you, although you want to play cards, apparently. There you are. Tell you what happened? Why, yes, of course. I am quite recovered enough for that. Anything to help catch those cowardly Blackhearts. I was traveling my usual route to Whitebrim Front when a sudden blow sent me reeling. The next thing I knew, I was on the ground and several heretics were rifling through my cargo. Arms, armor, crystals, they were taking everything. It was then that one of them noticed my bleary gaze. I stalked over to better acquaint my head with his mace. Okay. Before darkness claimed me, however, I distinctly heard the words, "Return to Snowcloak." I dare say this is where they were hauling my goods, but you'll not catch me rushing off in pursuit. They tell me 'twas a miracle I survived it all, and I'll not trust my thick skull to save me a second time. I, too, believe that I have a pretty thick head when it comes to being hit in the head. I've had a few things happen that probably should have been a little worse than they were. And I was fine. As far as I know. This happened to, like, I had a moment where I was sleeping. And I was, like, my bed was against the wall. And I think I had just put it there, like I had just moved some stuff around. And I got out of bed all of a sudden for some reason. And I got out the wrong way and just slammed my head into the wall. Like, the first thing that hit the wall was my forehead. Just... I also was playing softball in gym class. We did softball because they felt like, because it's school based, like we couldn't do football, we couldn't do like full contact stuff. We did softball, could only pitch underhand, that kind of thing. Someone pitched the ball and I hit it in such a way where it skipped on the bat and hit me in the face. Like upper face area, like forehead area, like bridge of the nose. Yeah, I was fine. Also, another time we played softball, I hit the ball, surprisingly enough, considering how not athletic I am, and the person who threw the ball, like, got me right in the back. I don't know what happened. I think they threw home to get someone out, and the person playing catcher threw the ball at first, but, like, missed to the right and just hit me right in the back. Again, it wasn't that bad. That really didn't hurt. It was just annoying. It was just like, why? That doesn't count. And of course, I mentioned this before on stream, but there was the time I almost, like, broke a freezer. Oh, I didn't almost. I mean, it wasn't close. I'm just saying, like, I theoretically could have damaged a freezer door of a fridge because I put my head directly into it. I mentioned before, I was tying my shoes at a friend's house at the fridge for some reason, and he came in and opened up the freezer door without me knowing it, and I stood up really quickly and put my head directly into, like, where the handle was, to the point where the fridge actually, like, lifted up and hit the wall behind it and then came back down with, like, a thud. Gave me a nice bump on the head. I most likely had a minor concussion, because I did feel kind of off the rest of the day and the next day, with a bit of a headache. Of course, I ended up working. I worked overnights at that point, so I just went to work. Yeah. Bum, 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 bum. Oh yeah, there was, like, man, how many of these do I have? There was also this time when, I was working, alright, hold on, music, hold on, calm down. I was working on a setup for my treadmill, where I had a metal bar placed above my bed area for a green screen for behind the treadmill. And I was in bed, and the green screen was still up. I put it, like, behind my bed. And I must have pulled on it unknowingly, because next thing I knew, the metal bar that was resting probably about good 8 feet above my head in bed just fell on my head. I was in bed, and it fell and hit me in the forehead. I was more annoyed than anything. It wasn't that heavy. Oh yes, there was that. I woke up today, I slept in, and I saw a Twitter notification. It kind of made me do a double take. I was like, am I still dreaming? Like, this is one of those things that's like, it's a big deal. I mean, how long has she been queen? I don't know the exact number, but yeah, that's longer than most people are alive. Big deal. I mean, even if you include the idea of, like, yeah, the queen's just a figurehead, she has no real power, and that doesn't matter. Like, it's like the end of, like, an era, you know, for an entire country. Draw your weapon wait, I recognize you, adventurer. You are come seeking heretics. Then we share a common purpose. We were on patrol when we chanced to cross one of their raiding parties and pursued them here. By rights, we should have had them cornered in this ravine. And yet, they are gone, vanished like icy wraiths. Ooh, cutscene. I'm so short. It doesn't help him standing next to two tall elves. I'm not, see, look at that. I'm not that short. I think it was just a very not flattering camera angle. Oh, I didn't see that. I'm not on social media very often. I just, like, my phone will give me silent notifications on Twitter sometimes. You glimpsed a woman atop the cliff? Could it be Iceheart herself come to sneer at our folly? And to where did she disappear? The heretics must have discovered a passage through the frozen wall, some hidden tunnel that escaped our notice. We have not the men to risk further investigation. It would be best were we to return to Whitebrim Front and lay our suspicions before Lord Drillamont. It's probably like Drillam, I don't know. I'm just gonna keep saying Drillamont until I hear it. Yeah, it's probably like Drillmon. Maybe like that? I don't know. Like I said, I don't pronounce French stuff very well at all. I never took French. I took Spanish as my second language in school. Even then, I you know. I took 5 years of Spanish and yeah. Waste of time for me. Because I apparently don't I don't learn languages very well. I mean, English was my worst language in school. Just in terms of like writing and like grammar and spelling, especially. The right tenses. I didn't soak any of it up at all. It was a complete waste of time because I didn't get any of it. Kinnison, it appears I owe you my thanks once again. The surviving knights spared no detail in their report. The men you found out near Snowcloak were some of my finest, and they should be bested so handedly. I fear I have woefully underestimated the threat these heretics pose. While I understand you might balk at the notion, I must ask that you put aside your mission and consider the stolen provisions lost to us for now. 'Twould be ill-advised to blunder unprepared into what may well be the very lair of our enemy. Pray return to Dragonhead and inform Lord... Again, I'm going to say Harkafont, but it's probably Harkafon, at least. Or Harchafon? Whatever. He will wish to plan contingencies of his own. As for Iceheart and her fanatics, the freezing heights of Snowcloak will not shield them from our justice for long. Oh yeah, isn't Drillmon in season 2? Is that what they're called? I do not know my Digimon. I do not remember Digimon names hardly at all. I watched it, season 1 and 2. That are actually pretty long for being seasons of a show. I watched them. Stopped there. I'm trying to remember what Digimon I remember. Agumon, Greymon. Then you have like the... What's after Greymon? Isn't it just like Metal Greymon? And then War Greymon? And then Gabumon. Where Gabumon is one of them, but not the next one. So yeah, I'm very, very rusty on them. Yeah, there's also Angemon and Angelmon. I remember those. Patamon. I don't even remember all of their rookie forms. Like the forms they're normally in the show. Agumon, Gabumon, Patamon, Palmon, I think. Then you had the bug one, like as Tentamon, maybe. I'm so like rusty on them.
Your return is most timely. Of their own accord, my thoughts had turned to your task and the progress thereof. I confess, my imaginings tended toward the grim and bloody. But you are here now, and I suspect such frivolous wonderings do little justice to the reality of your travails. Tell me, what did you learn of Iceheart?
Her name is Iceheart.
Indeed, and this transpired at Snowcloak? Of all the highlands, that towering wall has borne the worst of the region's brutal shift in climate. So inhospitable has Snowcloak become that we have still to survey the area in its entirety. Could its frozen heights conceal the heretics' hideaway? Mayhap a more robust reconnaissance effort is in order. Putting such considerations aside for the moment, we still know far too little of this Iceheart. That she is capable of commanding such a band of fanatics bespeaks natural authority, and no small measure of charisma. As much as I would like to fathom this mystery with you, the situation has grown beyond my personal purview. I am bound by duty to inform the Temple Knights and request that they bring this matter to its conclusion. Given the glowing reports the new commander has garnered thus far, I am certain that they can be relied upon to take appropriate action. Though Iceheart's true identity yet eludes us, you have provided us with a point from which to begin. Sometimes it takes but a single stone to prompt an avalanche. On the matter of the stolen provisions, I have already made arrangements for a second shipment to be sent to Revenant's Toll. I could not well allow such an honorable venture to be undermined by one miserable setback.
Nod. So I can see how this might be setting stuff up for Heavensward, considering, it's in this area. I kind of wish I had that outfit. I'm not sure how you get that. I've seen a lot of people with at least the head on. Also, that person's almost just like, yeah, they're like half the height of a minion. Oh. Cough is still there. Nice if it went away. All right. Shadowbringers. Okay.
Remember to stay hydrated.
Good idea. I have 5 bottles of water left to drink for the day. All right. Slathborn. Kinnison, 'tis good to see you return to the Toll. How fared you in the frozen wastes of Korthus? I already forgot how to pronounce it. House Fortemps is to send us a second shipment. I must send thanks to Lord Harkafont for his continued generosity. Even as our town grows in prosperity, I fear it will attract even greater numbers of those who would do us harm in the name of greed or power. All of us, Alphanon's new recruits included, must remain vigilant against such threats. Ooh, what can I get? Something for my gunbreaker. Something for nothing I use. Or something for nothing I use. Guess I'll take that. While you were away in Korthus, preparations for the inaugural ceremony were all but completed, although Tataru does yet seem somewhat flustered. I've taken enough of your time. Why don't you head into the Rising Stones and see if your frantic receptionist could do with a hand? Okay. I always think it's behind him. I mean, it makes sense. Hey, Huggabert. Tataru! I also like how, and this does make sense, she's standing on the chair, not sitting in it. Because all the fellas are so short. They'd have to stand on the chair to be able to use it properly. Huh. These parchments need to be sorted, and these documents, why are these even here? Oh, I'm sorely tempted to file the lot in my wastepaper basket. Ah, Kennison, you startled me. You wish to lend a hand? Splendid. Would you be a dear and hand these uniforms to the new recruits? They're scattered about Revenant's Toll and haven't the time to track them all down. The recruits know to don their garb immediately and assemble here in the Rising Stones. You'll want to report directly back to Alphanod if you don't wish to miss the ceremony. I wonder if the Scions will ever have matching uniforms. A well-funded organization is a well-dressed organization, I suppose. Ah. I wonder what the uniforms look like. Well, I mean, we have red, blue, and yellow already. So what are the Scions going to be? Green, perhaps? Or maybe like a more standard gray or black or white, some form of like, you know, color like that. Oh, wait a minute. Why do we have more recruits than the ones that I got? Okay. Hello, Yu Hasi. Those who believe this company will see no riches are short-sighted fools. The giving of oneself 'tis an investment in the future. Thus did I sign my name to the cause. Here you go. These uniforms were a splendid idea. Once our organization has made a name for itself, there shall be wealth aplenty in selling replica costumes to the adoring masses. Alright, so he's kind of in it for the business a little bit. Alright. I need mail. Aww. Oh, are you up there? Oh, there you are. Hello, Laurentis. I thought it best to mimic my fellows here, but I admit that I have no idea what we're supposed to be doing. Ah, our new uniforms. I am reminded of my induction into the Wood Whalers, you know, before I sold them out for money. I'm gonna give him a chance, alright? He gets a second chance. Still. Let's be a little careful. Wait, who's over here? Slapborn, is it? No, it's not you. Oh. Oh, I recruited you. Isildur has at last retired from the adventurous life. Though I shall miss his wisdom and irrepressible spirit, I am excited to forge my own path forward. Oh yes, the uniform, thank you. Truth be told, the thought of pledging myself to such a lofty organization is somewhat intimidating. You'll be fine. Ryle. Hello there, lad. Looking for me, was ye? I suggest giving a whistle, but I'm not sure I'd hear it amongst all this bustle. Oh, proper uniforms and all. This thing will cut off the blood to me head. Not to worry, though. I'm sure she'll be fine after making a few adjustments. Yeah, he's going to show up with some alterations on it. Wilred. Little Alamigo could learn much from Revenant's Toll, that this town could be so alive in the midst of such desolation. I've never worn aught quite so voluminous. Well, I'm sure I'll grow accustomed to the extra cloth in time. Hello? Kennison Shepherd? Gods, I didn't expect to meet you strolling about town. The tales of your primal battles were what inspired me to come to Revenant's Toll. Tis an honor to receive this uniform from your hands. I shall wear it with pride. Yeah. Ergmus. This Scarlet Guard marks me as a proud member of the Maelstrom, and a hardy defender of Limsa Mensa. Yet in truth, I stand for the betterment of the realm, and thought this new company a fine opportunity to contribute on a grander scale. Oh, now that's a striking shade of blue. Oh, it's blue, okay. I mean, it's kind of like a darker blue. Put alongside my Maelstrom uniform, my wardrobe will certainly not lack for color. It's already kind of blue, though. It's weird, it's weird. Like, what are... Okay, hold on. The Maelstrom is red. The odd thing is, the Ulda one, whatever, I forget what it's called, is blue, even though they're fire-based. Like, the Immortal Flames are blue. So why is ours also blue? Perhaps we should have gone with a different color. Ilberd. I don't believe we've met. I am Ilberd, and I will have the honor of leading my fellow recruits as captain. Much did I lose to the Calamity, and I look forward to aiding others in rebuilding their lives. The uniforms are a shrewd decision. There is no easier method of creating a common bond among what is, essentially, a band of strangers. I agree. Uniforms are good. Even if it's just like a shirt. You know, matching shirts. Do I get a uniform too? Can I have a uniform? Ah, yes, Kennison? Ah, Tatara mentioned you were handing out the new uniforms. I assume you're now met with the rest of the recruits. Some few answered the call to arms I put forth through the established grand companies and such. We are not yet an army, but there is much a small corp... Now, okay, in this case, would it be corps or corps? I think in this case it would be corps of elite warriors can achieve. Because, like, kind of like Marine Corps. It'd be corps. A group of people. Did I mention I'd thought of a name for the company? 'Tis my hope that it shall soon be known across the breadth of Aorzia. Yeah, I think the only time it's ever corpse, I think, is when you're talking about corporations. Like, as a short for it, like, it's a corporation, or corporations, corpse. I just think it's funny that in Final Fantasy Tactics, they're known as the Corpse Brigade, but they're also known as the Death Corps. So you could also claim, like, you could also say Death Corps, just because it would be very similar. I just think it's funny there's two different names, and they both have, like, death and, like, corpse in it. Corpse Brigade, or Death Corps. So pronouncing it Death Corpse kind of makes sense, too. Oh, look at us.
Comrades,
Still one...
Your presence here this day signifies the momentous choice that each of you has made.
Still questioning the choice of blue. I'm still questioning that. I am right? That the Ulda is blue, right? The Immortal Fames are blue. At least in PvP they are. When it comes to actual colors, like at the places themselves, I'm not sure, but I am wondering about the blue.
With your strength now pledged to the scions of the Seventh Dawn, you are beholden to no single nation. You stand as the vanguard for a united Aorzia.
Yeah, we're basically specters now.
From this moment forth, I declare you crystal braves. Let us mend this fractured realm and face our enemies as one. Whether it be the Beastmen and their primals, or the conflict in Carteneau, it is plain that the nations of Aorzia cannot solve the problems which plague the realm. Thus does it fall to some few heroic souls to succeed where they have failed. Come, take your place at the Scion's side as guardians of Aorzia, and together we shall fight for the freedom of all!
I like how he basically called them out. We shall succeed where the other nations' grand companies have failed miserably. I mean, well...
For the freedom of all!
Can I have one?
A rousing speech, Alphino. Or should I say, Crystal Brave Commander Leveilleur.
Also, we have our own salute too, just like the other ones do.
Please, antecedent. The title is honorary. I shall not be leading the troops into battle, as it were. We are of the same purpose. Let us join hands and do what must be done to save this land.
The Scions stand ready.
This kind of feels like a good ending to the patch. Like, setting this up feels like it could be an end to 2.3. I don't know if it is, but it feels like it could be one.
I'm eager to see what the Crystal Braves might accomplish. This shall prove an interesting time indeed for the Scions.
Hello?
Yes, I'm listening. So our worst fears are confirmed. The entire Isle. Such power defies comprehension. Truly? Kryl is alive? Thank the 12.
Kryl, eh? Wonder if that's a callback to Final Fantasy V.
I see. Pray, inform me if her condition changes. Yes, I shall pass on your words to Aorzia. My thanks. I shall contact you anon. When I learned of the loss of the Isle of Val, I dared not hope that my friend had survived. Yet, by some miracle, it would seem she has. She's still to regain consciousness, it is true, but better that than death.
Well, I would say that's cool, but is there no suspicion on this person? Being the only one to survive an island exploding? Either they're... Like, think about it. If someone was on the island and set off an explosion, they could have had some way to protect themselves, or they just happened to not be there when it happened.
Putting this happy news to one side, we must now endeavor to make sense of the readings taken by the survey party. It appears the etheric disturbance which accompanied the Isle's destruction is of a magnitude alarmingly close to that of Ultima. Could the Ascians be responsible for this devastation as well?
Omega!
I wonder, have you heard aught from the Mother Crystal since the battle with the Garleans? Then she speaks to neither one of us. Heidelin silence portends naught but ill, I fear. Louisoix, I pray you yet watch over us.
Ooh. So I can take something for my bard that's worse than what I have. Or my sage I don't have yet. But I would imagine since the save starts at level 70, I'm probably gonna... The starting gear for it's probably better than this. Is this a top hat with flames on it? Kind of what it looks like. And it's for a red mage! I'm taking this. Like from that... It kind of looked like a top hat. Is my red mage gonna be fancy, no? No voice acting, boo. Very good. See that the provisions are prepared for transport. Let us hope that this shipment is spared the fate of the last. That has a card in it. It'll be my triple triad. Maybe I'll do a... What if I did a glamour for card playing? that was my hat. The winds are uncommon fierce this day. Oh, that's so bad. Wind is so bad when it's super cold. Like, a dry cold is like one thing, but as long as the wind's not blowing, I'm okay with it. I tend to like cold weather. But if it's like a windy cold day, ooh. It sucks because I don't tend to wear like super winter clothes, like that cover all of me, because I like the cold. I'll wear like a thin thing, or like I'll even wear like short sleeves sometimes with like just like jeans or something. But when the wind blows, it hits your bare skin. Yeah. Oh. What's going on here? Oh. That's not good. Ah, a puppet ruler. Being controlled by the Asians. I mean, if you can take control of people that way, I mean, you might as well take control of rulers of places, right? It's like Lord of the Rings with Wormtongue. Nice. That creepy guy. What's the name of that actor again? He plays a character in Voyager for a while. And he's also the voice of Chucky. He's also in Alien Resurrection. Try as I might, I cannot shake a creeping sense of dark foreboding. But it avails us not to fret about the unknown. We must concentrate instead on the problems of the present. The Primals have been relatively quiet of late, and the beast tribes who summon them are under constant surveillance by the Grand Companies. Should any suspicious activity be afoot, you may be certain that we will hear of it. And until such time as a permanent solution to the primal problem has been found, we can do little but wait and observe. As for the Asians, Aorzia is wholly dedicated to finding the means by which we may defeat the dark beings. Let us pray for good tidings on that front. Gonna go to bed? Okay, have a good night. I will see you, perhaps for more Final Fantasy later. Again, I will be taking a break for Pokemon in about 4 more streams of this, counting today, but I will still be playing this off-stream to practice my classes and roles and stuff, so. Which kind of works out even better because I can run dungeons with people and not have to work around this schedule. I'll be able to team up with people in dungeons whenever is convenient. Maybe for people that also stream this, I can pop in. No story stuff, just dungeons. Practice. Alphinaud did well to found the organization, but ensuring its smooth operation is another matter entirely. Though I doubt not that he is doing his best, I felt that a helping hand or two would not go astray. To this end, I offered to send one of the Archons to assist him, but he declined. You know how he can be, independent to a fault, and singularly loath to accept help. Save, of course, when that help comes from you. Alphinaud has entrusted countless matters of import to your care in the past, and I believe he would not hesitate to do so again, were you to offer. I should be most grateful if you would go to him and support him in whatever matter you are able. Okay. Still feels weird we're opening up these storylines and not finishing them. We opened up the storyline of the Ul'dah Rebellion and the one merchant guy, and we're just leaving it alone for now. How about the Ishgardian stuff with Ice Queen person? Or what we just saw with the... Nope. Either we're going to actually complete them later in these patches, or those are just setting up storylines for Heavensward. We're like opening up all these plot threads that will finish up in that expansion. Hey guys. Alphadon! What is it, Kennison? And do be concise. I am rather busy. You would lend a hand, you say? I see. Well, now that you mention it, there is a matter that wants for attention. Given its sensitive nature, I was hesitant to entrust it to my braves, but the demands upon my time are such that I had little choice. Which is not to say that my men want for labor. Though we are but newly formed, there is already a great demand for our services, and we are hard-pressed to answer all petitions, but I digress. The fact is, I would sooner attend to this particular matter myself, but my presence is required elsewhere. That being the case, I have entrusted its resolution to my second-in-command, Captain Ilbert. Tell him that I sent you, and he will furnish you with the particulars. My thanks in advance. Ilbert! How are things?
Hail to you, Scion. How might we serve you? Commander Leveilleur bade you serve us? These are welcome tidings indeed. Given the sensitive nature of the task, I could not rely on one of my own. That which I'm about to tell you, I tell you in the strictest confidence.
Ooh, a secret. Nod.
Some days ago, we received certain documents from an anonymous source. They notified us of the presence of a Garlean agent within the ranks of one of the Grand Companies.
Ooh.
Following some discreet inquiries, we identified a suspect among the Immortal Flames, whom we detained for questioning. Alas, the man was not our agent. He was but one of many men in the agent's employ. We pressed the traitor for a name, but he had none to give. He claims never to have met his master, whom he knows only as the Ivy. He was, however, certain that this Ivy had coiled itself around every part of the Immortal Flames. It would seem our quarry joined the company some time ago, and gradually recruited others to his cause.
Yep, that is one of the most dangerous things about that. In any story that involves that, like a group of people, right, like some kind of organization or whatever, when you get a traitor and they sit in your group for a long time, they will court other people to their cause. So when they finally do show themselves, potentially, they have all these people on their side. Especially if they were in charge of, like, recruiting people. That's super dangerous.
These conspirators are the vines by which he learns our secrets, all without exposing himself. It won't be easy to identify the Ivy amidst this tangled mass of subterfuge. But we have a tendril in our hands, and we shall follow it all the way to the gnarled root. Now, much as I would prefer to proceed with due discretion, circumstances demand that this matter be settled post-haste.
Ah, so you come to me. Whereas he would handle it in a very secretive fashion over time. I'm just going to kick down the door of the Immortal Flames place and be like, hey, who's a traitor? If you're a traitor, raise your hand. Who are you? I mean, you don't come to me when you want to be discreet.
Garlemald's War of Succession nears its end, and it is feared that the Empire will soon resume its march on Aorzia. When it does, we can ill afford to have traitors in our midst. The Ivy must be rooted out now. We must begin by apprising General Roban of our findings. I would ask that you accompany me to the Hall of Flames, and remain on hand to see that things go smoothly.
I wonder if this would go any differently if we were part of the Immortal Flames Grand Company.
Assuming the Ivy's tendrils are as widespread as we believe, he will be aware that an investigation is underway. And if that is the case,
he may well move against us. We must be prepared for anything, while taking care not to betray our purpose by seeming prepared. A simple enough task for a one-man army like you.
Odd. Well. Now, if this wasn't an MMO, if this was like a single-player game, imagine you get to this part of the story, and you picked one of your 3 starting Grand Companies, and you picked the Immortal Flames, you picked Ul'dah. And then the part of the story is like, we think there's a traitor in the Immortal Flames. You might think for a second that, does the game pick the one you're part of to make it have more of a connection to you? No. But it could. Something similar happens in Fire Emblem Three Houses. There are certain parts of the main story, fairly early on, that have links to characters in a certain house. And if you were, now I picked another house first. I did find it odd that 2 of the missions had direct links to one house and not mine. But whatever. But imagine picking that one house for the first time and being like, oh, maybe it customizes itself. It actually you actually have different missions depending on what house you're in. Nope. It would just be a coincidence. Be cool if it did though. If there was like those two main missions, like quest slots, and you had different stuff depending on which house you were in. That'd have been cool. Maybe they meant to do that, just ran out of time.
Well,
Hey, Robon.
What brings you here, my friend?
You got a bunch of traitors in your group.
He is here at my behest. Greetings, Robon. It has been a while.
Hilbert, you old scoundrel. When they told me you'd be visiting, I scarce believed my ears. But look at you! The honored captain of the Crystal Bloody Braves. Who'd have imagined, eh?
Not many, but fewer still would have imagined your destiny lay in politics, old friend.
Aye. We've both come far, have we not? Lest you wonder, Hilbert and I go back a long way. We've been friends and rivals since we were lads. The last time we saw each other, Alamigo had just fallen, so you can guess how many summers it's been. And in all that time, not a word from the fool.
Ah, well, my dealings tended toward the modest and mundane, unlike some I could mention. As I hear it, no sooner did you reach Thanalan than the brass blades clapped you in irons and dragged you off to die on the blood sands. Being a stubborn sort, you won 1,000 matches and earned yourself a place in the people's hearts while you were about it. Then, with your mountain of prize money, you bought the Colosseum and secured a seat on the Syndicate. Those balls, brother! Rags to riches does not do it justice. You're a hero to the common man.
So that's how he got to where he is. Okay. Now, one thing I don't know about the lore of this game, I know some of these characters are carryovers from Original 14. They actually put Original 14 in the lore of this game because, you know, the world got destroyed. It was kind of the calamity. It got rebuilt. Literally got rebuilt as a game. So that part, I don't know. I should probably look that up. It's not really spoilers because it technically happened before the game started. And I did play Original 14, but barely. I didn't get to any story stuff, really. Just so I know what characters are from, or like, are kind of like legacy characters from Original 14.
Bah, spare me. I am no hero. If anyone is worthy of that title, it's our friend here. Next to him, I'm little more than a glorified butcher. But you, Wilbert, you sell yourself short. By all accounts, you are an adventurer of some standing.
I like to think that I did my part for the greater good. But if you're no hero, then I'm no adventurer, not in this company. Anyway,
I
have tidings.
So there has been progress. I've let it be known that this meeting is a reunion between old friends. None will give your visit a second thought. To convene elsewhere would only attract attention. Let us speak here, in plain view of all.
So he already knows. I wasn't sure if he already knew or not. Like, we were breaking the news to him. Like, by the way...
So it is we who have been compromised. Teleji Adeleji's machinations have shaken Ul'dah to her foundations. In such uncertain times, a man's loyalty may be bought for a fistful of gil. But if this snake has truly been in our midst for as long as you say, we must needs consider a far graver possibility. Conspiracy. Could it be that the Monetarists have been in league with the Empire from the first? Very well. I will have my most trusted men investigate the matter. Continue your inquiries in the meantime.
Had a good idea. Had a good. I know you. They said. I know you say they're your most trusted men, but I mean,
It does me well to see you again, old friend. When next we meet, let it be over a flagon of ale.
I look forward to it. Let us reminisce of bygone days, and drink to the future of our homeland. Flame General, you wear the mantle well, old friend. I must work hard if I'm to keep up. Well, it would seem your services were not required after all. I dare say we have Roban's prudence to thank for that. Still, I was glad of your presence. My thanks, Scion.
hey, we did nothing. Ooh, I get to pick something. Well, this is for my Gunbreaker, this is for nothing, and this is for nothing. Now, Samurai is going to be my melee DPS of choice for my character. I will be unlocking that at some point, before the break, so I can practice with it. I'll take this for Gunbreaker, though. My Gunbreaker gear is kind of crap. Yay! I mean, it's close enough. It's not forward and back, but it's back and forth. It's close enough to my mount song. What can we get now? Stuff for Bard. Let's see. So stuff for long-range DPS. Stuff for healer. And stuff for magic. Okay. Our hunt for the Ivy begins in earnest, Scion. Suffice it to say, we must tread warily. But one misstep may well cost us our lives. Drinky. Oh, bad Drinky. No, but I don't want the bad Drinky. Alright. Our business here is concluded for the time being. Let us return to the Rising Stones and report to Commander What's-His-Face.
Shepard!
Remember to stay hydrated.
Remember to stay hydrated. Will do, Garrus. Well, that's one more bottle down. Still have 4 to go. So what's next? I'm not gonna be sure if we're still in 2-3 right now or got to 2-4. We are returned from Ul'dah, Commander. And not a moment too soon. Something has happened. Trouble? You'll recall that the Fourth was tasked with reconnoitering the rendezvous site used by the IV minions and his Imperial contacts. Soon after you left, we received word that the unit was ambushed and ripped to its destination. Oh no! God damn it, no! According to the report, one of ours has been taken captive. The Garleans are not wont to treat their foemen with dignity, and I have grave fears for her safety. We must dispatch a rescue party at once. Recall those braves who are afield. Begging your pardons, Commander, but we have not the time. I'm afraid I must ask your aid once more, Scion. An ill-prepared rescue party will only serve to provide the Garleans with more captives, yet time is of the essence. Simply put, you are the best chance we have. Captain Ilbert was the right of it. I trust you are willing? But of course you are. Now, Elion of the Fourth lies in wait in the Tangle, near the entrance to Castrum Sentry. Seek her out, and she will appraise you of the situation. Prize. Close enough. Alright, we must save them. Also, being called the Crystal Braves. Again, I mean, that's kind of like a broad Easter egg, or callback to Final Fantasy. Crystal, because, you know, a lot of Final Fantasy games have crystal stuff, including this one. And imagine the Braves. I mean, first thing I think of are the Zodiac Braves from Tactics. Is this in the same area that we're already in? Yeah, it is. Okay. I think it's in Malborough land. Time to go forward and back, but also back and forth. One of these days I'll get to the raid that actually has this song in it. You aid us in the rescue mission? We are in your debt, Warrior of Light. Now, time is against us, so allow me to brief you on the situation. The Garleans fell upon us without warning, wounding poor Resh and hauling her away to the castrum yonder. Outnumbered as we were, it was all we could do to flee and regroup. Even as we speak, the Garleans may be interrogating Resh, or worse, with her hurts. What a weird way to say wounds. Like, with her boo-boos, I fear that she will not long survive their attentions. We must rescue her without delay. Our order may yet be in its infancy, but the bond that binds us is strong as mithril. None of us will stand by while a comrade suffers. We, the remnants of the Fourth, will infiltrate Castrum Sentry. Please help us find Resh before it's too late. Is this going to unlock, like, Castrum Sentry Hard? Or Expert or something? Or is this just a regular story mission? I mean, I haven't unlocked a new dungeon in a while. We got the Rama fight, and that's it. Nope, they're just right here. Well, this is obviously a trap. Come on. Alright, well. Huzzah. Unless, I mean, obviously we got ambushed, but maybe the timing, maybe she wasn't brought in yet, like was hiding and then was just found. Where am I? Resh, thank the gods we found you. And thank you, Warrior of Light. Now, to quit this accursed place. Resh cannot move with those wounds. She will need to be carried out. I believe a diversion is in order. Might we trouble you to provide one? Given your reputation, I suspect the Garleans will be only too happy to grant you their undivided attention. If you were to create a commotion within the castrum, we should be able to steal away unnoticed. Let us speak again once we are safely outside these walls. Ah. I get to make the distraction. Alright. Hey, it's me, Kennison, The one who beat you all. Yep, I got their attention. Also, I may have forgotten to summon my Chocobo to help level him up this entire time. You know, it happens. Oh, I guess I'll just fly over. Ah, your doors are pointless. Huzzah. Also, I haven't been doing it, but also still strange to me that you can poison mechanical enemies. I guess we can think of it as like corrosion. I mean, it is poison, but it could be like a acidic poison, kind of. Although if it's strong enough to eat through metal and damage it, should be way more damaging to people. The wind one makes a little more sense, I guess, because it's magical, but still, wind doesn't affect metal that much. So... we did it. Meow. I have awaited your return most anxiously, my friend. You have done us a great service indeed. Thanks to your aid, our comrade Resh is safe, and we suffered no further casualties. Words cannot well express my gratitude. All that is left is to report the mission success to Commander Levier, Alphanod. I shall go on ahead to the Rising Stones. I'm gonna, when I get to Heavensward, I'm gonna have to do the same thing I did when I first got to Korthus. I'm just gonna call everyone nicknames by like the first part of their name. I guess I could have called Alphino or Alphanod Alf. Kind of fitting. Alf is not one of those sitcoms I watched when I was younger, but I always knew of it. I mean, being a kid, I did have my own TV from when I was like 7 or 8 on, but I mostly watched like Nickelodeon, Nicktoons and stuff, or like VHS tapes I rented of Ninja Turtles or something. So the only way I would watch sitcoms like that is what my parents did, and they didn't watch stuff. My parents really don't like sci-fi. Like, all the stuff I like, they really don't. I like sci-fi stuff. They really don't. I think my dad watched Stargate a little bit, but not much. Comic book stuff? Nope. They have none of them. Either of them have seen a single MCU movie. We did go see some Marvel movies in the 90s, but I think it was mostly just because of me. We really don't like anything. There's like no Venn diagram, no overlap of like likes really at all. I don't know. Hell, even just video games. I mean, they owned a Master System before I was born. Or at least it was like a year or two afterwards, I guess, maybe. I forget when the thing came out. But they barely used it. And then it just kind of became mine. The Game Boy my dad used a little bit, but only for Tetris. That was it. And then it just kind of became mine, and they never really played anything again. So it's weird that like I have like zero overlaps with that. No common interest whatsoever. Oh, it does me well to see that you thus returned. Though I doubt not your prowess, entering an enemy stronghold is generally considered to be a risky venture. and I must confess to having been a trifle anxious. But here you are, hale and whole, have succeeded in your mission as your wont. Lest you wonder, the woman you rescued is being cared for by the Domans. Thanks to their expert ministrations, the danger is past. You have my gratitude, Kinnison. Allow me to thank you also, Scion. Resh owes you her life. We escaped with minimal casualties this time, but we can ill afford to be caught off guard again. The Empire is not an opponent to be trifled with. As you say, Commander, I will see to it that the men keep their wits about them. And it may yet take time, but I will not rest until we have identified and apprehended the Ivy. I have every confidence that you will succeed, Captain. It wouldn't surprise me if the Ivy thing is also kept for Heavensward, and it's just mentioned and introduced here. As for you, Kinnison, I realize you have scarce caught your breath, but I am afraid there is no rest for the weary. I require that you accompany me to Corthus. I have been granted an audience with an Ishgardian dignitary, you see, and the man expressly requested your presence. Oh, do not look so surprised. You should be familiar with the trappings of fame by now. We will depart as soon as you are ready. Nod. And I shall take, since I can't have anything for my tank, I will take, again, the save stuff is probably better since it's level 70. Yeah, I'll take the Red Mage thing. My Red Mage gear is also pretty bad. Now, I'm still working on, maybe thinking about possible glamours for my classes. I want my Gunbreaker and Machinist armor to look pretty techy. But then the Sage armor, maybe not as much. And Red Mage, I want to look pretty magical, because again, Mage. Which is why I bought the Ironworks armor for my Bard and Machinist, and my Gunbreaker, but not for anything else. I want to look the part of the classes. Speaking of that, wow, only the ring? So this stuff is better than... Interesting. Wow. Well, it's only better by 1. But, I mean, I get it. This stuff is for your starting classes like Thaumaturge, Arcanist, Black Mage, Summoner. The Red Mage was put in later. Of course, the Red Mage can equip the same stuff, but even just the starting Red Mage gear that you get for free by unlocking the class is better than this. Like I said, the Red Mage would have been added after the fact. So I get it. Yeah, Red Mage, I want style. And Bard. I'm only using the Ironwork stuff for Bard now because I just wanted to for a while. But I want the Bard and the Red Mage class to kind of have like some fanciness to it. Let's gonna do something else real quick. I forget what though. Oh, well, I'll do this as well. Gunbreaker. This does look pretty techy and tanky. I do like it. However, oh, no, yeah, this is better. So once again, the starting Gunbreaker stuff is better than what I've been picking. Wow, it's way better. Again, makes sense. This was built for Gladiator and Marauder and Paladin and Warrior. Dark Knight and Gunbreaker were added later, so. But if I collect sets, it could be good for glamours. I have been blessed with a rare opportunity, Kinnison. An audience with an ambassador of the Holy See of Ishgard. We are to treat with Sir Emmerich, Lord Commander of the Temple Knights, in Camp Dragonhead. It is considered a great honor to serve the Holy See directly as a Temple Knight. Needless to say, their leader wields tremendous political influence. It would be wise to court his favor. For that reason, I consider your attendance essential. If Sir Emmerich wishes to meet the man behind the legend, I would not deny him the pleasure of your company. The antecedent should see the wish. Why is that sentence so hard for me to say? Should see the wisdom of this plan when you request her permission to accompany me to Corthus. Mayhap you feel this to be a waste of your talents, which could doubtless be put to nobler use. If so, I should remind you that more good can be accomplished with the stroke of a pen than the thrust of a sword. Ah, the pen is mightier. Maybe. Depends on your build. Reminds me of my Outer Worlds build. Outer Worlds is a cool game because you can literally build like a D&D kind of build, where you put all your points into stuff that can craft, stuff that can, you can do like engineering for crafting, you can do medical for better heals, you could do talking, you have persuade, lie, and intimidate, and you also have 2 stats that increase your like abilities, your companion's abilities in combat. So my actual go-to build in that game is called the Commander build. Although I take it a step further and do like I take some points out of the teammate stuff and put it into like dialogue check stuff. Little different. But basically I rely on my teammates to kill stuff. I sit in the back with a rifle because I have like no skill. I have no points in combat. I like it though. And this is why Bard kind of fits me in that kind of, in stat-wise. Points are put into like talking and maybe some crafting and teammate buffing. And just like personally, I don't do a lot of damage. A meeting with the Ishgardian ambassador. By all means, I think it is a wonderful idea. We have received no reports of etherical disturbances or unusual beast tribe activity of late. If Alphanod believes your presence may help him to secure more favorable terms, I see no reason to deny him. Oh, I was just looking for an excuse to say no. Oh well. Antecedent. Or antecedent. Either one's fine. I take it Kennison has explained the situation? He has. Yet welcome though these overtures are, I cannot help but wonder what prompted them. The Ishgardians have spurned all contact with the other city-states for decades. Why reach out now? Would that I knew. The question of their motives is one of to which I have given no small amount of thought. Alas, I know no more than is generally known. This is definitely leading into Ishgard. The notoriously reclusive nation of Ishgard, situated at the center of Abelathia's spine, ruled by the Ishgardian Orthodox Church, at the head of which presides the Archbishop. Members of the original Aorzian alliance formed in the wake of Alamigo's fall some 2 decades ago. Friends of convenience who withdrew from the alliance as soon as the Imperial fleet was routed at the Battle of Silvertear Skies. Isolationists. Since which time, their borders have remained closed to all outsiders. They have rejected every one of their former allies' calls to reopen dialogue, turning a deaf ear to their neighbors' pleas even when the calamity loomed large. I'm going to assume it's because the Asians are kind of controlling the Archbishop. And on the fields of Cartano, where brave men and women laid down their lives in defense of the realm, their banners were conspicuously absent. Yeah, it's because they're being controlled. I'm guessing we're going to help them get away from the Ashians, and then they'll open their borders to us. I have tried to convince Ishgard to rejoin the alliance at every opportunity. I have explained over and over again that unless Aorzia stands united, we cannot hope to preserve our freedom. One by one, our nations will fall, as once fell Alamigo. And what have mine efforts yielded? Why not? Surely this can be considered a step in the right direction. I should hope so. Other than the lowly messengers we have been phobed off with the past, this time we shall meet with a man of genuine influence. Of course, I am not so naive as to think they will come to us out of the goodness of their hearts. We have something they desire, though I have yet to find out what. It's me, isn't it? But such is the nature of diplomacy. They will bring their agendas to the negotiating table, and so will I, along with a handful of incontrovertible truths. The Empire will soon be at our doorstep once more. Indeed, you may be assured that I will expound upon this point, and others. Let us depart for Camp Dragonhead, Kennison, and our friend Lord Harkafont, again, I'm just going to say Harkafont, is expecting us. Since our quest to recover the Enterprise, I understand you have further integrated yourself with, ingratiated, not integrated. Excellent work. His fondness may prove useful to our cause. Nod. So I'm going to do something else real quick. I'm going to look up these missions and see where I am. I want to see where I am here. Final Fantasy XIV, A Realm Reborn patch quests. Main scenario quests. I believe it's this one. Yep, this is a list of all the quests. I am on Coming to Terms. Okay, I see where we are. Coming to Terms is the third quest in patch 2.4. Oh, we made it to 2.4. So we made it. Yeah, last time we basically did an entire patch. Yeah, we did in the entirety of patch 2.2 and about almost a third of 2.3. And this time, we did the rest of 2.3 and already a little bit of 2.4. And 2.4 is actually not as long. I think we can actually get these done in 4 streams. Yeah. I think if I can get at least halfway through 2.4 today, we're in good shape. 2.5 is actually in 2 parts. So it's a little bit longer. A little bit, not much. I think it probably has like 5 extra quests. Okay. Well, it's good. Well, since we're actually on a pretty good schedule, I need to unlock 2 classes. I need to unlock Samurai and Sage before we start taking a break, whether I reach Heavensward or not. So maybe we should unlock one. After today, I only have next week. I have Monday, Thursday, and Saturday to stream this, and then it's anniversary week, and then it's Pokemon time on those days. So I want to spread it out a little bit. What do you say we unlock a new class today? But which one? Sage or Samurai? If I get Sage, it might be nice because I can use it off stream in dungeons to get used to healing again a little better. It won't take that long. The longest part will actually be building the hotbar with their abilities. But once I figure out how the class works... And healing works a little different compared to, like, with tanks and with DPS. They have rotations, and you kind of have to learn how stuff blends into each other, like a 1-2 combo or 1-2-3 rotation. Healers are a little different. You use whatever you need to in the moment, with a handful of DPS. I think it might be a little easier to figure it out. Also, it won't matter as much, because yes, Sage is level 70, but everything I'm doing is capped at 50. So I could, theoretically, ignore all my abilities from level 50 to 70. Because I won't be using them. In fact, I won't be using them until Heavensward. Slowly, as the level cap increases beyond 50. Come to think of it, let me check this real quick here. Yeah, all these patch quests are 50. Every single one of them. Okay. Yeah, let's go unlock Sage. Oh yeah, once again, where do I get Sage? I don't know where you get Sage. I know it's level 70. Never did find Sage. I'll just look it up. Why teleport everywhere? Final Fantasy XIV Sage. Where get Sage? Blah 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 blah. Equipment, job gauge. I wonder what gauge Sage has. Sage gauge. Abilities. How about just where the location is? It's how to play Sage. I just want to know where it is. Unlock. Yep. Be level 70. Yep, my bard is 70. Limsa. It's in Limsa. I was literally going to teleport there first anyway. Sage looks fun. It was going to be Astro because of the whole card battling, like, nerd build. Because I used to collect Pokemon cards, I used to play Magic and Pokemon. I used to collect sports cards for a bit too, like, it just kind of fit me. But I will probably be introducing a secondary class for every, like, class type, eventually. And that'll just be the second one I get. Sage fits from a more roleplay perspective of just, like, pew-pew lasers. Like, using Magitech. Alright, where is the Sage? That's the blue mage. There it is. So we're just gonna do, like, the starting, like, 2 missions for the Sage, and then we're good. Charlayan. So it's a Cerulean thing? Ooh. Limsa Lominsa. Former disreputable haven for pirates, now one of the realm's finest city-states, boasting a peerless shipping industry and an enviable culinary culture. Oh, how it bustles. The tomes did not lie. Well, you're not a sage. Well, here I am, Mother, in faraway Aorzia. I will complete this mission, just you watch. In your noble name, and as first of my class, I will succeed. And afterwards, perhaps I shall invite our esteemed alumna Alicea for tea at the Bismarck. I'll be the envy of everyone. Ah. My apologies, good sir. I failed to notice you. I am Lala Jinjal, or Yinyal. I'll say Jinjal. A native of Charlayan. By your appearance, I assume you are an adventurer. Are you perchance well-traveled in Aorzia? Yeah, kind of. So you are. How very fortuitous. And Kinnison is your name, you say? I'd swear I heard it somewhere before. In any event, it is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. As for myself, I am an operative on a mission from the Forum, our nation's governing body. This being my first time in Aorzia, I studied as best I could in preparation, but there is no substitute for a local's knowledge. Thus did I intend to hire an adventurer like yourself to serve as my escort. The mission is the pursuit and capture of fugitives, and thus it will entail some danger, but you appear to be no stranger to such. Might you be willing to assist me in this endeavor? Oh. Nah, well, yeah, we're good. Wonderful. Well, I have some skill with a blade and can fend for myself. I will be glad of your capable company. Now then, ere I divulge the particulars of my mission, we should head somewhere more private, perhaps outside the city by the Zephyr Gate. Okay. Nod. There's the Endwalker mission accepted, I guess. Alright, I'm gonna drink some water real quick, because I still have 4 bottles to go. Oh, there's half of one. And some smoothie, of course. All right. Time to unlock our very first healer. I think I mentioned this before, but I was doing the Beast Tribes one day, and someone was dead who didn't have a mount. They were pretty low level, and they were like, "Hey, could you revive me?" And I was like, I would, but I don't have a healer. I don't have a healer yet. And I was like a level 68 bard at the time. It's just like, yeah, I don't have a healer. I feel like how quickly in this game you can travel. It's not nearly as useful as it used to be having rays. Like for people just like out in the middle of nowhere. It's not that big of a deal. Now in Final Fantasy XI, since, you could only change class at home, and it took so long to get places in that game. Having a white mage run upon your dead body was very handy. In fact, it took so long to get places, it was actually faster for somebody to go change their class to white mage and then come back and res you, and then go back and change back and come back. Sometimes, than it was to, just go back. Because that person might have access to faster stuff. There's a gathering of Lalafels here. Alright then. Forgive me if I seem overly cautious, but this mission is highly confidential. Were the wrong people to learn of it, my superiors would give me an earful. But I believe we may speak freely here, so permit me to brief you on the details. As I mentioned, I am on the trail of fugitives, criminals who fled Charlayan and came to these shores. Extremely dangerous individuals who have enhanced themselves via forbidden means which have rendered them unsound of mind. Ooh. While in a state of delirium, one of their compatriots even committed murder. He died thereafter due to side effects of his enhancement, but 3 others remain at large and pose a threat to innocence. Are they cyborgs? Kinnison's like, Their leader, a Vieira male, is also alleged to have stolen valuable technological secrets. Oh. Man. By way of reference material, I've brought this soul crystal. Ow! It's hot! It's hot! What in the world? I've never known a soul crystal to give off such heat before. Normally when you do these kind of class quests, it's the person who's giving it to you is the same class. It's weird that she's like a tank. Ew, it's finally cooled down. What could have triggered that intense reaction? Although it makes sense if we're going on a mission as a pair, she'll be the tank and I'll heal her as the sage. So I guess that works. Not even at the stadium did I ever witness such a thing, but maybe it was you? I don't know. The technological secrets which were stolen were contained in a similar crystal. This particular sample has been loaned to me by a healing institute in Charlayan. Tell me, Kennison, in the course of your adventures, have you ever fervently wished to save someone? I didn't even nod. But failed to do so despite your best efforts and afterwards cursed your own powerlessness? Oh, I'm sad now, thanks. We'll say nothing. Forgive me if my question was indelicate, but there can be no doubt the soul crystal resonated with the desire within you. I just want pew-pew lasers. When I received the crystal, I was told that, should it respond in this manner to my Aorzian collaborator, I should entrust it to them, for the knowledge it imparts, the knowledge of... Somanotics, would surely avail me in my mission. Developed at the stadium, or studium, I keep saying stadium, it's studium. Somanotics, sure, is a discipline which combines the wisdom of medicine, etherology, and sorcery, and those who have mastered it are called sages. Through medicine, a sage grasps the workings of the flesh. Through erithology, he unlocks the secrets of the soul. And through sorcery, he learns to manipulate the two. So we have some... The reason why we have some knowledge of magic. Red mage. Black magic and white magic. This will use more of the latter. But we still have it. Thus trained, a sage has the ability to both strengthen and heal. And by the same token, he is also capable of the opposite, of causing harm. Lasers. Not just anyone can take up the sage's art. No one must be prepared to hold the lives of others in one's hand. One must. Are you willing to bear such a burden? If you are, I would swear to you would swear to use the art for good. Then I shall entrust this soul crystal to you. So, have you come to a decision? Then I will bear witness to your pledge. Do you swear to use the sage's art for good, and to wield its power to the best of your judgment and ability? Yes. Excellent. Chosen as you are by the crystal, I had faith that you would rise to the occasion. When those around you cry out for succor, the crystal shall be your ally, for it bears the wisdom of sages past, and their hopes for the future. By hearkening to their whispers and following in their footsteps, you will come to embody those hopes, to save and challenge countless lives. Change. Lest you worry how you will learn the art, I can provide guidance to an extent. In any case, during my time at the studium, I had occasion to study that, you see, while I wasn't gifted in spellcraft and came to favor steel, I remember the lessons and will share what I know. Together with the soul crystal, I shall provide you with a set of sage's garments. I don't think I've seen how this looks yet. So go on, take up your crystal and don your attire, and we shall begin your training. Woo! Hooray! Alright, let's, we are now a sage. No. Go to... It's... there we go. Oh, I haven't opened it yet. Okay. Let's see here. Inventory. Bookworm? Is that what it is? I guess so. Well, can't do that yet. Wait, I have a... Where did I get that? A Zan card. Oh, I already did it. Never mind. I need to go to the Golden Saucer and sell those. Yeah! Oh, I love how it's just glass. Yep, you know what? I was going to pick Astro because it's just the nerd class. This is pretty nerd class, too. It's a like, bookworm. All right. Oh. Yay! We have lasers! And we get to mess with the hotbar. Oh, boy. The best part. And I talked about how I like to do AoE on left side, single target on right side, and like damage over times and like the up there and all that stuff. Healers are a little different. AoE and single target still work because you have AoE heals and single target heals. But works a little different in terms of how I organized it, because you also have DPS stuff. Alright. See how this works. Aorzia and Aorzia gauge unlocked. Aorzia gauge indicates accumulated stacks of Aorzia, which are restored automatically over time. Alright, time thing. Aorzia can be consumed to execute actions such as Druchol and Karachol. Cool. The gauge builds stacks of Addersting. Wait. So, I don't really indicate you accumulate stacks of Adder's Gall. The gauge builds stacks of Adder's Sting. When the barrier effect of Aorzia diagnosis is completely absorbed, Adder Sting stacks can be used to execute actions such as Toxicon and Toxicon 2. Alright, so we have some abilities that require stacks. So the Adder's Gall is over time. Adder's Sting is when the barrier effect of an ability is completely absorbed. Okay, I'll know what that means better when I look at the abilities. Here comes the fun. All right, most of that stuff, some of that stuff is probably past. I'm not going past 50. I'm not. There's no reason to. I can't even use these abilities in the missions I'm doing. So, Pepsi. God, look at all this stuff. Okay. Dosis. Deals unaspected damage with a potency of 300. Additional effect. Restores HP to targets under the effects of Cardian, granted by you. So if I put Cardian on somebody, this attack will heal them instead of, like, healing me. Okay. I have a feeling this is going to be more complicated than I thought. Additional effect, cure potency. So this is just a regular damage move. Well, on White Mage, I actually put my damaging moves on D-pad R trigger. I put my heals on the face buttons. However, honestly, you probably attack more than you heal. And you can't move when you heal. Of course, you can't really attack either. I'll keep this going for now. I'll put the damage move on my D-pad for now. Might change it up later. Diagnosis. Restores target's HP. Single target heal. Simple as that. Basically cure. So, that goes there. Cardia. Grants self the effect of Cardia, and a selected party member or self the effect of Cardian, restoring HP after casting certain magic attacks. Oh. It says it grants you the effect. It doesn't say or, it says and. Grant self the effect of Cardia and a selected party member the or self. Okay. So you get Cardia, and either you or a party member get Cardian. So what does Cardia do? It's probably in here somewhere. So Cardian is the thing that where you do certain laser moves, you get health. It could be you or an ally. Got it. Cardia we'll figure out later. So where does this go? I have no idea where I'm putting this. There's so many abilities I don't know what to do with. This is maybe I should do. I would say I would do this off stream. I could do this off stream and save the mission for on stream. I might do that because this is a little more complicated than I thought it'd be. So basically, this is kind of like a buff. Well, my buffs went on the trigger on D-pad, but I can't do that now. So, let's just see what everything is first. That's like a buff type thing. Prognosis. Restores own HP and the HP of all party members all nearby. Well, that's going here. That's an AoE heal. Aorzia or Aorzia, Egiro. Resurrects a target to a weakened state. That's just res. I think I put res on the D-pad on left side. Even though technically it's a single target, I think I put it over there. I mean, there's not that many AoE healer stuff. I think it's mostly single target. So I gotta put it somewhere. But you don't use res that often. Alright, let's just keep going. Physis. Gradually restores own HP and the HP of all nearby party members. Oh, it's it's Regen, but AoE. It also has a 60-second cooldown. Where these have almost immediate. Okay. This is like a thing, so I'm going to put this in the AoE side. Put it up there. Since it's a heal over time, not an actual, like, heal. Phlegma, huh? Sure there's no jokes about that. Deals unexpected damage to target and all enemies nearby it, with a potency of 400 for the first enemy and 30% less for all remaining enemies. So it's a damage AoE move. So according to my own rule set, I'm putting it there. It is an instant. Every 45 seconds you get a charge back, I'm assuming. Since it's a charge move, I'm going to move it up here. I just tend to put like charge moves and weird stuff on Ys. Additional effect. Restores HP to target under the effect of Cardian. So this is another one that restores HP to whoever has that effect. Laser Pew Pew... Whoops. Laser Pew Pew move. Restores HP. Potency of 130. This has a potency of also 130. Okay. Caster timer cannot be affected by status effects. So this is just like a use it when you have it. But it is a damage move. I have to remember that. Okay. I should probably just put these on there, just to have them on there. I can move them around later. So this is a buff to yourself or somebody else. Again, my buffing moves are normally here, but White Mage has a lot of buffs, so I'll put it up there. Oops. No, there you go. We'll put it right up there. So use this on myself or somebody else in the menu, like in the party thing on the side. So that way they get healed. Obviously, this should go to a tank. Put this on the tank. Pew Pew Laser AoE moves, heals them. Cool. Prognosis, which you already put down. Aorzia, egg. I'll just call it egg. Resurrect. Very useful, but not done too often. I'm not sure where to put res. Maybe up here? Again, you can't move when you're doing it, so it's a good D-pad thing to do. Maybe up here. For now. Yeah. For now, it goes there. I also can't forget the roll abilities. Those are important. As soon as in here, that's important. Swiftcat is also pretty good for needing a guaranteed heal immediately, or a very quick res. Shorecast is you cast spells that when you get hit, you can't be knocked back and stuff. Rescue, bring them to you. Lucid Dreaming, more MP. Again, I used to put my personal buffs on the D-pad, but now my damage stuff is there. I'm not sure where to put this stuff. I'll have to figure that out. Physis is not on there. No, it's on there. Is it? Gradually restores own HP and HP while nearby, but yeah, it's right there. The symbol's different because I have the second level of it. Phlegma. What a name. That's the one that's, that one right there. Aorzia. Oh, this one looks complicated. Augments certain offensive and healing magic actions. Dosis is upgraded to Eucrasian Dosis. Diagnosis is upgraded to that. Prognosis, that. This action does not share a recast time with any other action. Upon execution, the recast timer for this action will be applied to all other weapons. So why would I not do this? It's a 1 second cat. Why would you not do this? If it's just better. We'll see what it does. Restores target HP. Cure potency 300. What's the other one do? It's weaker. So it cures a little less. Additional effect. Erects a magic barrier, which nullifies damage equaling 125% of the amount of HP restored. When critical HP is restored, also grants differential diagnosis, nullifying damage equal to 125% Okay, so basically when you crit this, it like doubles it. Duration 30%, 30 seconds. Effect cannot be stacked with Prognosis or Scholar's Galvanize. So, I kind of get what it's doing. See, Astro. Astro used to have 2 modes. Healing and barrier healing. Is this kind of like what Astro used to be? Because this is just heal. Recast time 2.47 seconds. This is even faster. And this gives you less healing, but also gives you a barrier. So it's kind of like that, except Astro couldn't switch between them in combat. This can. Interesting. So if you want a little more healing, use basic. You want shield. Also, what's the MP cost? This one's more than twice the amount. Okay. So don't be spamming this, or else you'll run out of MP a lot quicker. Okay. Now what about Prognosis? This is the AoE heal. So what does it do? Cure potency is 100. Cure potency... Okay, so it's way less. Wrecks a magic barrier, which nullifies damage equaling to 230% of the amount of HP restored, which makes sense because it's weaker heal. You can't crit this one. Also, you cannot use this on top of the other barrier. So this is a very weak AoE team heal. So this one's even more so. Pick your move. Heal more or heal less, but get a barrier. I've never played a barrier heal, so I don't know why you'd want barrier more than just HP back. Unless you're topping people off, I guess. Okay. What about the last one? Which one is it? Prognosis. That was Prognosis. What about Diagnosis? That was Diagnosis. Dosis. Oh. I didn't even notice. It makes your attack different, too. Which is right here. Yeah. Deals unexpected damage over... It's a damage over time. This is a single attack with a potency of 300. This is a damage over time with a potency of 40, but it lasts 30 seconds. Okay. Restores HP to target under the effects, so this also does that still. So, single attack, damage over time. Oh, this is going to get a little complicated to learn, isn't it? So pop Aorzia, and then use Dosis. And then just continue to attack with regular Dosis. So this is kind of like combining regular attack and like Poison Arrow. Just use that first and then start using that. Okay. So it's a lot of like dual techs, which is going to get confusing. And then these, again, I still don't know when it's better to use barrier and when it's not. Like, when is it better to put a barrier on? When's it better to just spam heals? I guess if they don't need as much healing, this is beneficial. And this is a very weak AoE heal. But gives you a good bit of barrier. Okay. Man, there's got to be such a long min-max guide on this class. Like when to use what, for what reasons. Ooh. Alright. This is something. So Aorzia is going to be used quite a bit to flip between them, depending on what I want. So I need to put it somewhere fairly easy to hit. It's also a buff. Oh no, we're not DPS. This is a healer class. A very complicated healer class, apparently, compared to what I'm used to. This is called the Sage. It is a healing class that can flip between damaged stuff and also flip between others. Ugh, it's something. But hello, Jay. How are you? How was work? I'm looking forward to Hollow Knight tomorrow. So I want this somewhere easy to hit. I would put it up here because it's a buff. But do I really want to have to double tap every time I use it? It's not a big deal. I mean, it doesn't take much longer. Yeah, I'll put it up there. For consistency purposes, I'll put it up here. Bye, Choco Nuggies. So again, if I were to do Aorzia and then this heal, it's a weaker heal that gives me a barrier on top of it. So I should have a barrier right now. I mean, I'm at a combat, so I'm assuming that's why I don't, but yeah. Oh, this is how 14 just works. Every healer does DPS. Like when you're an early conjurer, you are throwing rocks constantly, and then you heal. And then you throw more rocks, and then you heal. But with this class, like instead of having different healing moves, like one gives you health, one gives you barrier, you flip between them with this ability. Like normally used, it just heals you. But if you do this and then this, it heals you less, but also gives you a barrier for a bit. Like temporary hit points. I'm pretty sure they got this idea from Astro. Well, they took it from Astro. Astro doesn't do this anymore. Astro, you actually had to pick in the menu if you wanted to be a healer or a barrier healer, and you couldn't do it in combat. Okay. So. Also, again, when you do this, and then Pew Pew Laser, it's a damage over time. So do it once, and then just start spamming this for damage. Ugh. This is the AoE heal that's pretty weak, but also gives shield. Okay. See? I'm learning. This is going to be such a learning curve for me. Not only am I using a class I've never used before that seems to be a little complicated with stuff, I have not healed in a long time. This is going to be a double whammy. Alright. We already put that on. Soteria. Grants 4 stacks of Soteria. Each stack increases the cure potency of Cardian effects granted by you by 70%. So in other words, when I use Cardia on myself, or most likely the tank, to put Cardian on them, it makes it so when I use Pew Pew Laser and this AoE move, it heals the person that has Cardian. This is a stack. That means that when I use Pew Pew Laser or AoE move, the person who has Cardian on, again, most likely the tank, gets 70% more out of it. And it's 4 stacks. Okay. Got it. So this just increases the passive healing. Bird a tank. I think tank is the bottom of my list in this game, surprisingly. Maybe after I get some more practice in, I won't feel that way. But there's just something about how it plays in 14. It just makes me way too nervous to play it. Healing a little less so. So yeah, it says a 90 second. This is just like one of those a minute and a half cooldowns where you pop it and it makes your passive healing to whoever has Cardian on better. That's all it is. Pop it when you can. Whenever it's up and you're in combat, just pop it. More heals. Since this is a buff, I'm going to put it up here. It goes along with that, so I'll put it there. One thing I have to keep in mind. Generally, I separate my buffs and abilities from very quick ones, like a 5-second cooldown, to the long ones. In this case, I have now put a very fast one right here, a 5-second one here, and a 90-second one here. Kind of going against what I normally do, but we'll see how things go for now. Ugh. All right, Icarus. Rush to a targeted enemy's or party member's location, unable to cast if bound. So this is kind of like one of the DPS characters that can just kind of like do like a weapon rush. Except I have a feeling the more time the priority for this is teammate, not enemy. You do have an AoE heal. Maybe you like use it to get to your group of teammates faster and then heal. I see this being situational though. Like it more of like a reposition than more than any. I mean, it doesn't do damage. It literally is a reposition. Yeah. So this is a very situational thing, which means it's going somewhere like up here. I have no idea where. I will put it... it's a reposition. I tend to put those on B. So I'll put it on B. Although, if you make the mistake of using this while you're still targeting your enemy, you'll go right to the enemy. You'll have to do like a soft lock on your teammates with the D-pad on the left side, and then use it. I can definitely see using that by mistake, though, and being like, oh crap, I'm next to the enemy now. Alright, so you were basically testing them in that, yeah. That is actually pretty stressful if you're a healer in a dungeon when your tank is just running, especially when you're not a great healer in terms of skill and level. There are times where I join dungeons as a low-level white mage, and we'd have like a maxed level tank just run ahead and pull everything, and my heals just weren't strong enough. Like sometimes you have to read the room a little bit. You gotta be like, oh, this person's only level capped by like 5 levels. All right, I probably shouldn't do that. Got it. All right. Drokol. Restores target HP by sheer potency of 600 and restores 7% of maximum MP. So if you use this on a mage, it's actually a way of getting a little MP to them. Also, it costs something. Aorzia, it costs 1. Aorzia is the one that happens over time, right? So you have to wait for it to fill up, and then you can use this. Also, this is an instant cure. Also, I just noticed something. Aorzia is still on. It has no cooldown. If you use this, your next ability is going to be one of these. Okay, so if you use it and didn't really mean to, you're going to have to use it to get out of it. Okay. Ugh. Yeah. In Final Fantasy XIV, that wouldn't be so bad. In 14, it's very easy to keep aggro. If you have tank stance on, like literally one hit. Like one hit and they're off them. Something like 11 is a little different, because sometimes it would take a while. If you do too much damage, you pull them off the tank. So what was that ability again? What was the, Physis? Physis 2. Physis was the AoE heal, right? Yes, but it's also an instant. It has a very long cooldown. That's an AoE heal that you can't spam. This is the AoE heal you can spam. This is an AoE heal of like AoE regen. That's why it has a cooldown of 60 seconds, because it lasts... Oh, it only lasts 15? Ugh. Never mind then. So, Drokol. It's a heal, but it's a heal that requires a slot. Or like an ammo, or, you know. So I'm going to put it on Y. That's where I tend to put those kind of things. So basically, over time, your gauge will go up, and you will have a more powerful cure you can use. See, you can see the gauge going up right now. It also restores MP, so technically you could use it on yourself if you had to, I guess. And then when the bar goes up and up and up and up and up, I don't know if you can increase the speed of the bar. Okay. So basically you have 3 more powerful cures at your disposal. Use them wisely. Got it. Dyscrasia. Deals unexpected damage with a potency of 160 to all nearby enemies. AoE damage. Additional effect. Restores HP to targets under the effect of cure. So, okay. So if you're fighting a boss or just one enemy, pew pew laser. If you're fighting multiple enemies, then use your AoE and this thing. And all the damage done will kind of add up and a percentage goes towards the person who has Cardian on. Okay. So both these have Cardian effect, right? Yeah. Both of these work. All right. Got it. Kind of like Bard. You spam your AoE, and then you use AoE Bloodletter when you can. Okay. Pepsi. Restores own HP and the HP of nearby party members by removing Eucrasian Diagnosis and Eucrasian Prognosis effects granted by you. Oh boy. So, this is the reason to use the barrier one. Oh man, this is gonna get complicated. So, also, the potency of the cure is better with Diagnosis. Diagnosis is the single target one. Basically, I think this is how it works. You pop Eucrasia, and then you hit someone with Eucrasian Diagnosis. It gives them a bit of a shield. It's a slightly weaker heal, gives them a shield. Then, or let's say you want to heal everybody. You do this, and then the AoE version. Everyone has a shield now. As soon as you pop that, before everyone's shield gets blown away by something, you would then pop Pepsi. It takes off the barrier on everybody that has one, but it gives you a nice 350 potency cure to everybody. Interesting. So the shield can be good. The barrier is good, but you can also just eat the barrier and do an even better heal. It's also an instant, which is like an instant. Like, so if you have to, if let's say your team got hit by something hard, you could just spam your AoE heals. Or, what's the math on that? The AoE heal is 300 potency. The AoE heal on the Accretion is only 100, but it gives you a barrier. You can then pop the instant and get 350. So that's 450 total. Okay. So that's kind of like a emergency, like I need HP now for everybody. Or just one person. That is, where is that going? It's an instant. But it's also technically a heal. It could also be AoE or single target. Oh, I don't know where to put this. Maybe up here. Next to Res. Oh, this is gonna hurt my brain getting used to this. Yeah, like I'm sure a lot of this can translate into that. So if I need to do a emergency heal, we're all low on HP. Yes, I could just spam this for 300 potency constantly. It also costs 800 to do every time though. Or I could do the shield version and then pop Pepsi. That takes the shield off of me, but does a cure of 350. So I got 100 from the move and then 350. That's 450 total. Or if we're having like, oh no, the tank is going to die. Tank is dying right now. Got hit by something hard. Well, most likely I'd probably just spam my free these heals. But if I wanted to, if I'm out of them, let's say, I pop Eucrisia. I do the single target heal, which is a potency of 300 plus a barrier, and then I pop Pepsi, which gives me a heal of 450 on top of that. That's a lot of healing. You get 300 plus the 450. Okay. Again, I'm sure there's a guide out there that is a super long guide about when is the most efficient to do everything. Like, use what when. Oh, man, that's going to be fun. I miss White Mage. Then we have Physis 2, which I don't have to worry about. It takes the place of... Did I skip stuff, didn't I? I skipped an entire row. Pepsis is also level 58, which means I can't use it for a while. Because I'm going to be capped at 50. Which is good, because I can practice everything else below 50. So, what were these again? That's that move. That's my damage AoE move. Lasers! Then we have Caracol. Reduces damage taken by self and nearby party members by 10%. That is just a simple party buff. Bard has something similar. As a song. This is also additional effect. Restores 7% of maximum MP. So again, a little MP for everybody. Does cost a stack. Also cannot be stacked with Tarok. Taracol. What's Taracol do? Restores own or target member's HP. Cure potency 700. And reduces target's damage taken by 10%. This is just a better version. It has a slower recharge time, but it also cures. This one doesn't. So why would you not use this instead? I know the recast time is 15 seconds longer, but this is just better. It cures. This one doesn't. So why would you... Not sure. I'm on the wrong thing. Oh! This is single target. Restore owner target party member. This is everybody. Got it. Party buff, single buff. Good for tank. Heals the tank nicely and they take less damage for 15 seconds. Also, something I'm not entirely sure on. There are two stats here. Range and radius. Yeah. This has a radius of 15. Meaning if I'm standing in the middle of everybody within 15 yalms, it hits everybody. This is single target, so it has no radius. Got it. So this is good to use on tanks, so use this. Use this when it's up on your tank. When your tank gets hit by for half their health, use this. They take less damage, and then you could use this if you want on the entire party. It does take stacks, though. Okay. I know I'm going past 50 at this point looking at these, but I want to get a good feeling of what's happening. So this is just a very cool party buff, and you should just use it whenever you can. Which is why I'm going to put it over here. Man, everything's so mixed up. Tell you what. Let's make things simpler on me. Bye, Pepsi. I'm not putting anything above 50 on my hotbar. Every kind of dungeon I do, I will be capped at 50, so it doesn't matter. Just so I get used to what's available. Bar's pretty empty, isn't it? Ugh. So, what is... All right, did we get through everything? Yeah, that's level 52. Okay. Then we have our roll stuff. Repose. Afflicts target with sleep. I never use this. I'm not even going to put it on my hotbar. Yes, you put an enemy to sleep, but they wake up immediately when they're hit. I know what it's supposed to be used for. But I just never end up using it. Asuna is very important. This is super important to make sure I know where it's going. Interestingly enough, unlike the White Mage who has multiple cures, Cure 1, Cure 2, Cure 3, this class only has one basic cure, Diagnosis. You make it different by doing this, and then you have the stronger single target cure that requires a stack. Because of this, I can put other stuff on the face buttons. like Asuna. On White Mage, I had to put Asuna on the D-pad because I had no room for it on the main 4 buttons. But now, I'll put Asuna on the main face buttons. Lucid Dreaming. Simple buff that gives you MP back over time. It's that simple. This is why I'm going to put it... It's a single buff, not a team buff, but... How about... It's a single buff. I'll put it here. I think I'm going to move... That was use, not move. I'm going to... Yeah, I'm going to move this thing somewhere else. It's a party buff. So I'm going to put it over here. That's where I put my bard, like, party buff things as well, I think, so. Yeah, it'll go there. Party buff. And then, like, single buff stuff. Yeah. Then we have Swiftcast, which is a pretty cool combination with Res. Which is cool because I'm going to put it right under it. Swiftcast is you cast any spell immediately. Res has a very long casting time. How long is the casting time on that thing? Cast is almost 8 seconds. I think that's actually shorter. Am I crazy, or is that shorter than normal Res on White Mage? But with Swiftcast, it's immediate. Also, it's a very cool combination with Red Mage. With Red Mage, you can do dual cast, Res. You do a spell, and then you cast dual cast, and it makes it immediate. Then you can do Swift cast, and then cast it again. That's why Red Mage is good for chaining reses. You use a like DPS move, and then you res the White Mage that died. The White Mage starts resing people, and then you use Swiftcast and res like the tank immediately or something. I guess that's it. I mean, since I'm not going past level 50. The thing that makes this class hard to wrap my head around are moves like this. When you have a move that changes existing moves into new moves, it messes with my brain. The heals are a little easy to get it behind because it's just like, now it's a barrier heal. But some things, it's like, Pew Pew Laser is just regular damage. But then with this, it's a damage over time. Also, should I put Pew Pew Laser on the main face buttons? Yep, you can move and do it. It has no cast time. It has no cast time. Well, that doesn't. Single target Pew Pew does. AoE doesn't. Which makes me not want to put it on D-pad, because I can't move easily while doing it. I should probably put that on something else. Just having to take my thumb off the left stick to do this is a little annoying. Not for this, because it has a casting time, but I have to stand still for this anyway. That's fine. If I have to, I can reach my right thumb over and hit it. Yeah. So, let's wrap this up so we can actually start doing stuff. We have regular heal. Sack heal. It also gives MP back. We have Asuna. We have Thing that puts ability on somebody. Where if I do damage with Pew Pew Laser, Pew Pew Lasers, or AoE Thing, I heal myself. Or whoever it's on. I have the usual Lucid Dream for more MP at Regen. I have Swift Cast for immediate cast of something, most likely Res.
Remember to stay hydrated.
This hurts you.
I have Pew Pew Laser. I have move that makes everyone in the party, including myself, take 10% less damage. I have the ability
to propel myself to enemy or teammate with this. I have AoE heal. I have...
I actually forget what that does. Crap. I'm evil robot. Okay. Alright. What did that move do again? I don't even know what I'm looking at here. Physis. Physis was the instant. Oh, this is the regen. This is the AoE regen. Yeah. AoE regen, AoE heal. Then with this becomes a little less cure, but it gives you a barrier. This gives you a third of the cure, but also gives everyone a shield. And then this makes the pew-pew, the single target pew-pew, a damage over time. So do this at the beginning of the fight. Do this once, and then just start
pew lasering. This, everyone takes less damage. Okay, we're good. There's less abilities because they doubled up on abilities by using this. Good for the hotbar, right? Well, that took like 30 minutes. All right, what am I doing here? We got some hydrates. That's 3 bottles down. Bad hydrate. And I'll do a smoothie drink too. All right. Why can't I do your mission? Oh, I can't even do the first Sage mission. Because I have to do the main quest scenario. Okay. Well, I have Sage now. I will practice with it off stream. However, I do want to see what the moves look like. Let's see what pew pew is. Oh no, they're all after me. No, die. Yay. Now, just for future reference, I'm not going to map them. I just want to see what they do. What does XIV do? Restores own HP and the HP of all nearby party members. Wait. So this is... So not only do you have Prognosis, which has a cure potency of 300, and you can just keep casting it pretty regularly. This is a cure potency of 400. It cost a charge, but it only has 100 more potency. Also 30-second cooldown. That would probably go on the B button whenever I want to. Zoe. Increases healing magic potency of your next heal spell by 50%. Oh, this is like, what's the bard move called? Where it makes it to where your next weapon skill is used 3 times instead of only once. That's what this is. You pop this, and then you pop your strongest cure for like an insane cure. Okay. It lasts 30 seconds, so if you're pew-pew lasering, you know, you can just wait a little bit to cast a cure. 2-minute cooldown, though. Or big AoE heal. Pop Zoe, and then pop your AoE. Nice big heal. Pepsi, we know what that does. That's just an upgrade, we don't have to worry about that. We already looked at this. Single target version of this, but also heals. Toxicon. It sounds like a... You know what, Toxicon? It sounds like a Decepticon name. Toxicon. Transform. Or like Predacon. Terrorize. Deals unexpected damage to target and all enemies nearby it. With a potency of 240 for the first enemy. 50% less for all remaining enemies. So this is kind of like this move. Just an AoE move. Additional effect, restores HP. Yep, also restores HP, just like this does. And, it cost one of the other things. There's Adder, what is it called? Adder... Adder's Gall, and Adder Sting. I forget how you get Adder Sting. Something to do with your barrier abilities being absorbed. I think if you give people barriers and then eventually it goes away, whether it's hit or over time, you get a stack of this, I think. Yeah, we'll find out. Haima. It's Samurai, Haima. Yeah, it's Haima. Erects a magic barrier around self or target party member that absorbs damage equivalent to a heal of 300 potency. Additional effect. Grants 5 stacks of Haimatinon. When the barrier is completely absorbed, a stack of that is consumed and a new barrier is applied. When the effect duration expires, a healing effect is then applied. So basically this, you get 5 stacks of this that just pop one after the other. And when the effect expires, a healing effect is applied per stack. Interesting. Put this on the tank. They have a shield plus 5 more of them. And if, let's say, there's 3 stacks left, you get 150 cure per stack. Interesting. Okay. 2-minute cooldown, though. Doses 2, that's already on me, isn't it? Oh, no, I'm not high enough level for that yet. This just makes it more powerful. Phlegma 2. Once again, I wish they changed the name of that. Which one was that? Oh, that's the stack one. So this, it just makes it stronger. Yeah. It takes more, it has maximum charge of 2. Yeah, it's just stronger. It just takes the place of it. Rhizomata. Grants 1 stack of Adder's Gall. Oh, every 90 seconds you can just give yourself a free stack. That's kind of cool. Yeah, just use that whenever you're not full. Holos. Restores own HP and the HP of all nearby party members. So it's an AoE heal. That has the same potency as the one I can just cast whenever I want. It also erects a magic barrier which nullifies damage equal to the entire amount. Okay. And reduces damage taken by self and party members. This is like a combination of the Aorzia AoE heal and Caracol. It's a combination of both. Okay. Panheima. Erects a magic barrier around self and all party members near you that so it's AoE version of Haima? What's the difference? Range. Oh, this is single target. Self or party member. This is everybody. It only has a radius of 15 yalms, though, so you gotta be fairly grouped together for that, I guess. So basically, it's just Haima, but everybody. It does have less effects, though. It gives you 5 stacks, but you only get 100 per stack remaining instead of 150. All right. Dosis 3, that just takes the place of this. Phlegma 3 takes the place of this. Dyscrasia 2. Was there a Dyscrasia 1? Oh yeah, that's my AoE move. Takes the place of the AoE move. Got it. My controller died. I appreciate a class that a lot of its stuff is just better versions that take the place of it. I like it. Also, when you're level capped, when you're level synced, you don't have to worry about... Some of the earlier classes have this problem. Like Black Mage. I'll make a hotbar, but then when I get capped, I can't use the abilities anymore. These just replace them. If I got level capped to 50, Dyscrasia 2 would just become Dyscrasia 1. It's a nice quality of life thing. Controller, please. There we go. Then we have Toxicon 2, which is just like Toxic. It just takes the place of Toxicon 1, which was the just better AoE. Well, if you have this, why would you use this instead of... Oh, that requires a cost, that's why. Okay. Yeah. Kind of like how whenever you have a stack of the other one, you just use this cure. You want to use this when you can, because it's a waste if you don't. This, whenever you have it, use it instead of this. Okay. Kind of like the Bard one. Kinda. Like when you have it, you might as well use it. Yeah. And then Crossus. Increases HP recovery via healing action for a party member or self by 20%. Lasts only 10 seconds. So basically put this on the tank, and you'll heal them a lot more. Pneuma. Oh, look, a complicated one. Deals unexpected damage to all enemies in a straight line before you, with a potency of 330 for the first enemy and 40% less for all remaining enemies. Additional effect, restores own HP and the HP of all party members within a radius of 20 ohms. With a cure potency of 600, that's a lot. Also, restore HP to target under the effect of Cardian. That's even more. So this is actually really good. 2-minute cooldown. You do damage in a straight line, and it heals you and your party for a 600 cure potency. Pretty good radius. And heals the person who has Cardian. Okay. It's good. And these are just the other versions of this. Yep, just potency is different. Alright. I like this class. It's a little complicated, but the fact is, if this had been a class introduced in a previous expansion or just a Realm Reborn class, this wouldn't exist. This ability. Instead of having the ability to turn 3 of your moves into 3 different moves to save space on your hotbar, you would just have 6 moves. You would have damage over time Pew Pew Laser and regular Pew Pew Laser. You would have regular heal and barrier heal. Same thing with AoE. I appreciate saving space. Is it harder to get used to for me? Yes. But I appreciate the space saving. I mean, look at my hotbar. I have a ton of room left. Good. Like I said, though, it's still going to be a little difficult to wrap my head around it for a while. Like, for instance, the barrier heals, I don't even think they're that good. Because this has a potency of 100 less of healing, but you get a little bit of a thing out of it. And until I unlock that Pepsis move, I can't use the barrier for better purposes. So I feel like I'm always just going to use a regular heal. Although if someone's at full health, you could always... If there's no healing to be done, what does a healer do when there's no healing to be done? You do your damage move. Right? In this case, I have something else I can do. If everyone's at full health, I could do this and give someone some barrier health to keep them at full health the entire time. That's a possibility. Although I'd probably only use it on the tank, and then I'd start Pew Pew lasering. I like this. Even, I think tonight, I'm going to run some dungeons as a sage and see what I can do. Might see if I can find somebody I know to play with, just so I don't piss off an entire group of three other people, since I suck at this. I'll just let my friends suffer with me. Nice. Alright. Back to Bard. So... let's see if we can get a little more story done. Get a little more progress done. And I think we might actually make it through all these missions before break time. All right. Kinnison, ever a welcome sight. Our hearths have been stoked to blazing in preparation for your arrival. It would not do for such a distinguished personage to catch cold whilst enjoying our hospitality. The gesture is much appreciated. I fear I shall ever struggle in cold climates. Oh, good, Master Alphinaud. An honor, as always. Well, I mean, I need to do it more often. Remember when I had that idea where I was going to take a break like every 2 hours and walk around for like 5 minutes? Yeah, I never did it. I probably should. Likewise, Lord... that guy. I butchered the name regardless. Forgive us yet another imposition. I fear we have relied overmuch on your aid since you so generously assisted us in locating the Enterprise. Nonsense. Any debts incurred have long since been repaid. Besides, who can say what the future may bring? Again, I'm going to keep saying House 4 Tempt, but I know it's probably like, I know it was like House 4 Cortez? I don't remember what it was. May even seek the aid of your newly formed Crystal Braves. In any case, I am simply delighted that the Holy See is at last willing to grant you an audience. No doubt your discoveries at Snowcloak helped to justify the decision. This recent resurgence in heretical activity is of grave concern to all of us. But to the matter at hand, Sir Emmerich arrived in Camp Dragonhead earlier, and I am told he is eager to meet with you at your first convenience. You are doubtless weary from your journey and desirous, it got me for a second, to rest a while by the warmth of our hearths. But if you are willing to forgo such comforts, pray inform the knight stationed outside the intercessory? Why must you use these words? We will grant you entrance and send word to other attendees. As inviting as your hearth sounds, I think it best we proceed to the... Alphinaud, you suck. Forthwith. Alright. Where am I going? Oh, there you are. We've been expecting you, sir. Pray take your ease inside, and I shall summon the others.
Have faith, my friend. You need only state your case with confidence and clarity.
Voice acting.
Commander Leveilleur, it is both an honor and a pleasure to meet you. I am Emmerich, Lord Commander of the Temple Knights.
Alphinaud Leveilleur, at your service. Your reputation precedes you, Sir Emmerich. I think we will find that we have much in common.
Aye.
Speaking of reputations, yours towers over us all. Does it not?
Nod.
It does indeed, Lord Commander.
I am not too proud to admit that I have followed your activities with an interest bordering on fascination.
We have a fan.
Full glad was I to learn that you would be joining us. Now then, shall we begin?
Let's, and hope the next scene has voice acting as well.
We know full well that the Garleans will return in force ere long. What is more, we have yet to achieve a lasting victory over the primal menace. The beast tribes continue to summon their gods, and each incarnation is stronger than the last. Ishgard is not immune to these threats. I must reiterate that it would behoove your nation to rejoin the Aorzian alliance.
Once again, I must respectfully disagree.
On what grounds?
Despite their presence in Kurthus, the Ixal do not concern us. The territorial claims pertain to Gridanian lands, and it is the people of Gridania whom they harry. Consequently, the Holy See judges this to be a Gridanian affair, and Ishgard does not intervene in the internal affairs of other nations. Even were that not the case, our forces are wholly committed to the Dravanian conflict. We have not the knights to spare. As for the Garleans, we are not ignorant of history. We have observed the rise and expansion of the Empire, and we agree that it is only a matter of time before they resume their campaign in Aorzia.
Then surely it would be in our best interests to present a united front.
Mayhap one day, but not yet. Gaius van Belsar is dead, and the legion of conscripts he left behind lacks the will to fight. We think it highly unlikely that they will emerge from behind the walls of their castra for some time.
Forgive me, but if Ishgard's position has not changed, why did you agree to this meeting?
It was not only as a representative of Ishgard that I came here.
Pardon?
It is not within my power to change Ishgardian policy, regardless of my personal feelings. There is, however, one area in which I may exert a measure of influence. Concerns have been raised over the supplies House Fortin has offered to Revenant's Toll. These have led to calls for restrictions on the provision of aid to foreign powers. I can ensure that the shipments continue unabated.
Sir Amaric, we would be in your debt.
No, you would not. For I require something in exchange. Of late, there has been a flurry of Dravanian activity, the purpose of which was not immediately clear. However, our astrologians have since observed alarming changes in the heavens. The dragon star waxes unnaturally bright, and there are whispers that it portends the resurrection of Midgard-Sorma.
Ooh.
The fallen guardian of Silvertear Falls? That's absurd.
Full many times have I gazed upon the dragon's corpse still wound around the Agrius, and wondered how different our world might be if it yet lived to plague the skies. I do not know, and I do not wish to know, nor does any son of Ishgard. Yet the mere presence of Dravanian forces is not sufficient grounds to send knights to Mordona, whatever our astrologians say. As I told you before, we have not the forces to spare.
But we do. So you will intervene on our behalf if we agree to watch over the Keeper of the Lake.
Do you accept these terms?
I do. I will see that you are kept abreast of any developments. I regret that we could not come to a similar agreement on other matters, but I understand that you are not at liberty to make such decisions. Nevertheless, I hope that what we have accomplished here today will serve to demonstrate to your countrymen that we can work together towards a common goal. Mayhap one day we shall look back on this moment as the first step towards a united Aorzia.
Mayhap we shall, Commander.
What is the meaning of this?
The caravan, my lord. It's been attacked. It was Iceheart, my lord.
What? By the Fury! All our precautions were for naught?
Ooh, fight time? Ooh, pants! Do we want gun... Well, we already figured out my gunbreaker doesn't need these. It doesn't matter. I can just take the money. But I will take the pants. Might even get the full set at some point. Thank you for helping us. Here is your reward. A set of pants. Is it a set of pants? No, it'd just be pants, right? I mean, it's just one pants. Yeah, see how it says in the... It says, well, you can't see. It says in the chat, a pair of knocked breeches. Is it really a pair? It's just one pair of pants. It's like saying a pair of scissors. I mean... But well, I guess that is plural, right? The scissors. There are two of them. But pants... Well, I guess technically it ends in an S, right? Is that plural? Would one pant just be one leg part? I don't know. Hey, look, more of them. Just when we were starting to make progress. And to make matters worse, the caravan they spoke of was bound for Revenant's Toll of all places. Honestly, were I so inclined, I should think the gods were conspiring against us. Happily, however, I am not. I would know more of this attack. Let us speak with Lord... and find out what he has learned. My sincerest apologies for the interruption, my friends, but the situation is such that we must act swiftly. If you would be so kind as to elaborate. Iceheart's heretics fell upon the caravan bound for Revenant's Toll as it was passing through Boulder Downs. 'Twas an ambush, swift and ruthless. In an instant, every knight was slain, every crate seized. Then as quickly as they had appeared, they were gone. It would be an impossible feat without knowledge of the route, knowledge to which only a few are privy, I presume. A traitor. Quite. We can pursue that avenue of inquiry in due course. It seems to me that examining the scene of the ambush should be our first concern. Time to play detective. Betrayal is yet warm. We must act swiftly. As Lord Hakafont, I'm sure I butchered that, said, lest crucial evidence be lost. You have a knack for discerning hidden truths, Kennison. Why don't you go and inspect the ambush site in person? An excellent idea. Inform my men of your intent upon arrival, and they will gladly share their findings. Nod. Ooh, giant telescope on the top of that building. Is there someone up there? I don't want to see this now. What is that? No, that's not a person. Oh, that's a person. Hello. Wait, is that a telescope or a cannon? I think it's a telescope, but it has like a cannon-looking cover on it. Oh, maybe it's both. I should probably take the stuff off the hotbar that requires me to be past level 50. Just to make things easier on me, but also, you know, clean it up a little bit. Because I can't use them. I can use a couple of them, but the others require me to do the class missions. Which are in Heavensward. I think. Move along, adventurer. There's nothing for... Lord Hakafont bids you speak with us? Then you must be... Oh, beg pardon, Scion. As you can see, they left nary a crate behind. Tipped the wagon for good measure, even. Whole thing's a bit odd, if you ask me. Would have been easier to just steal it. Though a damn sight harder to conceal it, I'll allow. Reckon they came prepared, probably with wagons of their own hidden away off. Ah, but pay no heed to my ramblings. Absent of proof, 'tis naught but speculation. Might be as the squire receiving care at the observatorium could tell you something more factual. That is, if he's awake. Unlike myself, he was there during the attack. Not that his presence amounted to much. Well, that's a little mean. Oh, also, tomorrow's Friday. That means new episode of Lord of the Rings. Yay. Again, I was kind of one, like, people, like, a friend of mine asked me, like, have you watched it? Do you like it? It's like, I think I do. A good sign that you're enjoying a show is you're really looking forward to, like, the next episode. I've had shows where I watched where I was like, eh. So when a new episode came out, I was like, I guess I'll watch it. But with this, I'm looking forward to the next one. I mentioned this before, but the only shows fairly recently that have come out that have been like that for me are the Marvel shows, most of them, and like Mandalorian and Boba Fett to a lesser extent. I thought it was okay. Maybe season 2 will be better. It was its first season. I mean, even Mando season 1 had its issues, I guess, with some stuff. I feel like you should give a show more opportunity than just the first season. A lot of awesome shows had some not so great first seasons. Stargate, SG-1 season 1, I think is a little rough. I think Atlantis season 1 is better. Star Trek. Honestly, I think every season 1 of Star Trek is pretty bad. Next Generation has some very bad episodes in it that just do not age well at all. Voyager season 1's pretty bad too. I think Deep Space Nine is okay. Enterprise, I think, is also okay season 1. You've come to ask about the attack, haven't you? We came upon them before the entrance to the Hall of the Seven Echoes. Pilgrims. We marked them as lost and ill-equipped for a journey further north. Our leader called out to them and one step forward to answer. Slowly she approached, her silver hair flowing in the wind like melting snow. Just a young girl, I thought. Some poor lost lamb in search of salvation. Our leader must have thought the same, else why would he let her draw so close? They exchanged some words I couldn't hear, and she leaned forward as if to kiss his cheek, and then he sighed and crumpled to the ground. I didn't know what had happened till I saw the snow turn red. And then there was red everywhere I looked. I tried to fight, but took a blow to the head. By the time I came to, the others were dead and the heretics were unloading the wagon. I couldn't. I mean, it'd have killed me, so I just lay still and listened. Iceheart's people spoke of deliverance and resurrection, and they spoke of we have not heard anything about Shiva. And that is one of the obvious Final Fantasy things that are left for the Primals. Makes sense it would be in Korthus, considering it's an ice area. Huh. I think Shiva is normally shown as a more, like, compassionate summon. In a lot of the games, the summons have no personalities, they're just there. But some of the games they do. Like 15. The summons have some personalities. And especially Shiva and Ifrit are mentioned. Pretty sure Shiva is definitely shown to be a little nicer to humanity than Ifrit is. What? Wrong way. I'm going the long way around, aren't I? Yeah. Oh, you've returned. What news have you for us? Shiva? It seems the Lady Iceheart does not scruple to sully her hands with blood. Who is this Shiva? Wait, do we not know what Shiva is? Are we not aware of the... I'm assuming Shiva's a primal. Has Shiva not been summoned in such a long time we just don't know about her? Have you not read a single line of the... Oh boy. Enchiridion, Master Alphanod? Shiva was a traitor to kith and kin, an apostate who lay down with dragons. Now, we cannot expect all foreigners to know Ishgardian scripture so well, particularly when it concerns the patron saints of heretics. Oh. Wait, you say she is their patron saint? Oh no, it all makes sense now. Lord Hakafat, what was the cargo? It was crystals, wasn't it? If I recall correctly, the Diamond Forge had requested a rather large quantity of crystals. Do you not see? Iceheart and her followers intend to summon Shiva, as a beast tribe would summon a primal. Why else would they go to such lengths to secure crystals? I shall inform the Lord Commander at once. Lord Hakafant, would you agree that discretion is of paramount concern? Of course. I trust we can count on your continued support, Master Elphanan. The Scions of the Seventh Dawn are sworn to combat the primal threat. Our support is a given. I will need to send word to my brethren in Revenant's Toll. Our entire order must turn its efforts to the prevention of this summoning. Naturally, that includes you, though I am sure you would not miss this for the world. I'm gonna take some red mage pants. Ba-dum-bum. Strength and unity. The persistent attack on our caravan seems little more than a nuisance at first. The heretics were a problem, to be sure, but a relatively minor one. That was before I discerned the purpose behind their attacks, of course. Now they have my undivided attention. After appraising Minfilia of the situation, I shall summon a unit of Crystal Braves to assist us. As for you, Kinnison, pray join me in Whitebrim Front. Since the incident at Snowcloak, the Knights of House Durandare have redoubled their reconnaissance efforts in the region. It is my hope that they have information which may help us to determine precisely where the heretics are hiding. Given our mutual enemy, Lord Jullamont should be eager to oblige us. I shall see you there then. Good, good, good. So we're not even sure if Shiva's an actual primal. They're just trying to summon her like one. Remember, King Mughal is also technically not a primal, but he was summoned like one. Oh, wait. It's a button? Oh, it's probably... Yeah, it's still inside, though. Make some good progress today. Even after spending like a half an hour or more on learning a class. And by learning, I mean just reading the stuff, because I haven't even used it in battle yet. If I really wanted to practice my healing, what I might do is, during the Pokemon break, I will probably unlock White Mage. I'm gonna unlock all the Realm Reborn classes to level them up, just to do them. I won't use them. Like, when we come back, I'll just unlock them to have them. But I might practice with White Mage, because White Mage is a pretty straightforward healer, at least to level 50, to get used to the act of healing in a dungeon. Then maybe I can switch to Sage and kind of, you know, because that's what happened with Tank. I went to using a melee class and a tank. That's a bit much. This is even more so. It's a brand new class I've never used, plus it's a role I'm not used to. The Scions of the Seventh Dawn wish to join in the hunt for Iceheart. Your assistance is more than welcome, my friends. Considering the report I just received, I dare say your timing could be no better. We're all ears, Lord Jullamont. A band of pilgrims was seen transporting a large number of crates to the west. Their garb appears to match the description provided by the squire who survived the attack. Alas, our scouts lost track of them at Snowcloak, that self-same frozen wall which we speculated might conceal the heretics' hideaway. Suffice it to say, the disappearance of these pilgrims and their provisions all but confirms our suspicions. I have heard enough. My knights will join the hunt. I took the liberty of summoning a unit of Crystal Braves to Whitebrim Front. Given the gravity of the situation, I trust you will agree that we must use every resource available to us. These are extraordinary circumstances, Commander. It would be in our best interest to coordinate our efforts. Such was my intent from the start, Sir Imric. So it begins, my friend, though I dare say it will prove an all too brief collaboration. Iceheart will not elude the combined forces of the Crystal Braves and the Temple Knights for long. Nevertheless, a wise man does not wager all upon the success of a single solution. There may yet be subtler means by which we can locate the heretic's lair. Mayhap Lord Jollimont has one in mind. Ooh. So what's going on here? Yes, yes. Excellent. My lady, everything has been accounted for. There is aught else you would have us do. Pray speak, and it shall be done. So who is this person? Oh, what boots do we want? Gunbreaker. Classes I'm not using. I will be using Samurai Van. We'll take it. Might make for an interesting glamour if I have the whole set. It seems as though we are always one step behind. Our quarry ever just beyond our reach. Though I would like to believe that the tables are about to turn, I must confess to have certain doubts. A joint effort may succeed where others have failed, but it could yet yield the self-same result. Fortunately, we are not without our other options. I trust you haven't forgotten Inquisitor Gilliam. We have not. The mystery of how the heretic remained undiscovered for so long has been much in our thoughts, as has the question of what steps might be taken to prevent a similar breach of security in future. Accordingly, we conducted an exhaustive and covert evaluation of everyone in Whiteburn Front. Though some were found to have committed certain minor transgressions, we identified only one possible heretic. If this man has pledged himself to Iceheart's cause, he will have taken note of the movements of the Temple Knights and the Crystal Braves, and upon recognizing their intent, he may attempt to warn the heretics. The man's watch is to end soon, at which point he must report to Sir Gentremont, which I'm assuming is like Gentrome, in the yard. I would have you keep an eye on him. If he ventures beyond the walls, follow him discreetly. Should he meet with a heretic, do not interfere. Simply watch and listen. I have seen to it that the suspects know nothing which could endanger our plans. I see. Actually, you know a new show that came out recently that I'm not watching for one obvious big reason? That new Game of Thrones show. I never watched Game of Thrones, so there's little point in me watching that show. I'm not even sure when it takes place. It could be a prequel for all I know, but if it is, I read that show is like one of those shows. It's kind of like Lower Decks, Star Trek, where you 100% benefit from having seen all the stuff before. Kind of like a Marvel thing, where they'll have like little Easter eggs and callbacks to things, and if you didn't see the movie or the show or whatever, you're not going to get it.
This hurts you.
Like Lower Decks. Lower Decks might be a decent show to watch if you've never seen Star Trek, but you're not going to understand like any of the callbacks or references. Hell, I don't get some of them. There are some deep, like, callbacks to that show that I did not get until it was pointed out to me. I never saw the original series, so those I don't get regardless. But there's like stuff where it's afterwards, it's like, oh yeah, that's from Voyager or something. Apparently the new Game of Thrones show is like that in a way, where if you know like all your lore from the previous show or books, it pays off. Oh man, I need to stretch more. Drink. Also, Jay, I somehow missed your message a long time ago. You mentioned that playing with a controller seems limiting. It's actually really good. It might be easier to play on keyboard and mouse when it comes to hotbar management, because you can have like 2 giant hotbars and just switch between them and hit numbers. But if you're a controller person like me, oh, this is way better. The controller support in this game is really good. I mean, great example. I used a controller in Final Fantasy XI because I played on Xbox. But you had to have a keyboard. I mean, you still have to have a keyboard in this to type. You obviously wouldn't want to type with some virtual keyboard with a controller. But there was just a lot in 11 that just didn't seem to work right with the controller. I occasionally had to pick up the mouse or the keyboard and do something besides type. Like, good example, healing was way easier with keyboard. All you had to do was hit F1 to F6 and it would target the people in your party for healing. With the Xbox controller, you couldn't do that, so it was a pain in the ass to try to use I had to have the keyboard next to me just for healing targeting purposes. In this game, it's as simple as just up and down on the D-pad. So. I wonder what they're saying. Alright, let's be as subtle as we can. Because that's what I'm known for. The suspected heretic leaves through the southwest gate. I mean, it'd be kind of funny if this would be the one time I actually like to follow somebody. You know, ever play those games that require you to follow somebody? Like GTA does that a lot. Where it's like, follow the person, but not too close, but don't get too far away. Ugh. Not my favorite of missions. The suspected heretic follows the east road. Where are you? Is that you? That is you, yeah. I see you. Where do you think you're going? Also, I forgot to say hi to my free company today. I will do it. I've been on for almost 6 hours. Ooh. How do I get it? Don't know why I did that. I could stay on the mount. I don't see him this time. Ah. Another dinner. Hey. Hey. Where MS7 hells are you? I'm freezing my bollocks off here. I'm here, you blundering oaf. Why are you late? Standing on the wall, why else? I have duties to fulfill, you know? Your sole duty is to the... Bloody echo, lower your voice or they'll hear us in White Broomfront. Yes, of course, the Temple Knights are... in Snowcloak. This is what you bring to me? We already knew about... Our comrades in Boulder Downs will use the tunnels. Dead before they know what's happening. Nevertheless... If you waste my time again, is that clear? Lift off. Okay. Hey, I did the job that anybody else could have done, let's be honest. I was not needed for this. Well, did your investigation bear fruit? Why are you so tall? Why is everyone so much taller than me? I see. I shall have the man detained at once. His guilt is plain. Would you could have heard their words more clearly. Yet, the few snatches you were able to make out are nonetheless enlightening. It would seem the heretics are aware of our operation, and confident that they can thwart it. Their comrades in Boulder Downs are key to their plans, which means it is a key to our plans, that they be rooted out and put to the sword. What do I want here? These are Machinist or Bard. Healer. I like how these are called booties. Little booties. I'll take those. Bum ba-dum bum. I really need to go through my inventory. It's kind of a mess. I have 12 of these cards. What the? Random crappy shield. All right. Wait, is my armory full or something? Why is that in my inventory? Definitely not full. Huh. Weird. Also, did I ever mess with this? Your adventure plate cannot be viewed by other players because you haven't made it yet. Public by updating its appearance or settings. Yeah, I never messed with this because it's new. How do I zoom out? Hello? Zoom out. Ambient lighting. Wow, this is more in depth than I thought. Expression. Smile, grin, smirk, taunt. Oh, I'm sad. Ouch. Huh. Interesting. Leave it alone for now. Okay. I'm going to go ahead and call the stream here.